I'll be right with you guys. 1 minute. Just had to take a couple steps outside and like, ooh, it is out there. Take my mask off and stuff. What do you want, Patty? Any water? All right, I'm gonna get this guy water too. All right, should be good to go. Hello. Picture this. You're a gun. Now imagine. No Zane. What do? Zan, no gun. I guess I frog grenades then? Hey Pericles, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you so much. Good to see you. How you doing? Mr. Stone Swan pogging over frogging grenades. There's some poetry to it. How you doing, Foster? Thanks for keeping Nightbot entertained. Blue, good to see you. Anyone else who might be lurking about? Frog champ. Alright. BL3, you okay? Okay. Let's continue. The good old Gunless Zane. Might be able to finish the story today if I don't get too sidetracked, but it'll probably be day 3 where we actually finish the story. Hey, there's the alert. Already slow today.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Text speech really sounded like it was gonna say more. Hey, Briz, soon? Yeah, soon. Mm-hmm. Soon. What's soon? I know what you're talking about. Soon? New Hunter Seeker. Nah. I can hold out longer. Let's go check the Tannis vendor. Don't have to keep Nightbot entertained. I mean, if I don't, they're likely to completely dominate the entire chat with toxic attitudes and beliefs. That's true. It's a very valid point. Nothing worthwhile in there. That's okay. Still important that we check. It's funny, the Sanctuary vendors are just a pretty much complete replacement to farming for these challenge runs. Doing a Mo's playthrough because my least played character on Near and Genevieve. Can't wait to see you overtake me. It's funny. I haven't done that many playthroughs of this game, despite my absurd hours count. It's just the replayability is rarely in the story for me. So like I'm sure if I had played the story more, over the years, I could do these playthroughs faster. But I just kind of get sidetracked by being reminded of shit that I'm like, oh hey, I didn't really pay attention to that. That's cool. could do all the rogue site things, but like, really no need. Play Borderlands. There's no command for should yet, but maybe we should change that. What? That was so toxic. I'm just minding my own business. Okay. Okay. Well, that was scary. I don't need the Revolter right now. I need the Black Hole, so if I get absolutely destroyed like that, we can just be big chillin'. Yeah, you can just ground slam the rogue site areas. How we doing, Dex? Good to see you. Playthrough for me is really just required step 4 endgame fun because I don't have a Moze and haven't played in ages, so I figured to do a new playthrough. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Honestly, the reason why in the very early BO3 days I didn't do any Zane or Moze is because I didn't feel like doing more playthroughs and I was on console at the time. Kevin knocking over the water bowl, as one does. Alright, the money grenade should be sufficiently out-leveled that it's not going to instantly kill things.
Ferocity is my middle name.
No, it's still killing pretty well. It got really good part rolls.
I call this a successful operation.
We're still going to use that for a chunk of this area. We are in desperate need of funds. I need more backpack STUs and grenade STUs. Now, fortunately for this character, those are the only two I ever need. But I do want to keep money on hand as well for hitting vendors. I do a lot of that. Hold the GA in this playthrough, although it's not a gun, it's a stick. The people voted true gunless, not even anything that's shaped like a gun. Then the people have spoken. Make sure I'm not accidentally straying towards any uniques. I gotta call Mantis a bird shape, not gun. It's not a gun, it's the lightsaber in the second drawer from the top that you found at your mom's house growing up. Friend's mom's house, rather. Or, you know, maybe we have different stories. Maybe we have different origin stories. Guns require opposable thumbs. That's debatable. Have you seen the movie Guns Akimbo? Technically still has opposable thumbs, but they are not really part of the equation in that movie. So no. It's Daniel Radcliffe with guns bolted to his hands. It's really fun. one of those movies that took so long to actually come out because like there were memes about it in like 2017. They're like, why is Daniel Radcliffe looking disheveled in the middle of the road with guns bolted to his hands? And then the movie came out like 4 years after that. Use a hunter seeker without throwing it. Is that a gun? No. It's a bullet. It doesn't get gun damage. So it's just throwing bullets. Which technically makes you the gun.
Here you go! I'm on fire! But not literally.
I choose Zane for a gunless run because it's, I would like to show that you can do non-gun builds effectively on all characters, even the one who's least suited to it. I was hoping those would float down slower. See, I always use Phase Slam or Rack Attack for this one. I don't actually know where this one is. And I'm refusing to actually use the road site to find it. We're doing this the Omega hard way. Hey, there, got looking good fella. It's not new, but thanks, Dex. Alright, here's what we'll do. Where's my infiltrator? I have a shield nova. Takes care of that. How you doing, Civil? But another reason why Zane McDuck is I've already done this on Flack and Amara, and I feel like the community generally knows it's possible with Moes already. Has no guns, still has full inventory. No guns means I'm more likely to have a full inventory, in all honesty. Because, like, the amount of situational gear swaps, I'm gonna need more stuff to cover more situations. Like, I have a low-level transformer and stopgap and recharger for different scenarios of, like, if I'm about to die. I can menu and switch to them real quick. And that's a bunch of items for, like, the same situation, much less other ones. Different grenades for different enemy hitbox types and stuff. Hey, Amora Crazy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Why did I say Amora Crazy? Cat, what do you... Sorry, my brain cell's distracted by... Are you trying to eat my door? Cat. This cat is trying to eat my door. Say hi. Say hi to the raiders. Welcome in, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Borderlands 3 and other games, but mostly Borderlands 3. And I'm doing a Gunless Zane challenge run. It was a lot of fun. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? This cat. Man without guns is a man without love, but a man with tentacles. And tentacles are all you really need. Was the door tasty? You know, I haven't tested, so maybe. Yeah, one cat is just knocking the water bowl all around the room, and the other one is trying to eat doors. I think they are reflections of my inability to think. Thank you again for the raid, More Crazy. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, I'm not going to go over there, because I don't want Band of Sidorak or Big Boom Blaster to drop yet. Unlikely that Sidorak will see use in this playthrough, but like... Big Boom Blaster still may.
Let's get a little more come on! My chili recipe dies with me! God!
This is one of the most dangerous sections of the run because of the water, by the way. I have to fight in water for this particular encounter. It's a little stressful.
I become chaos!
Are your cats high? Don't think so. Are you high? Don't think so. Personally engaged at the moment doing the clan quest. Nice.
Tear it out! Tear it all out! You'll want to think twice next time. Get shot, heretic! Eat my food! Everybody gets shot someday! Got it?
The water's so stressful. That's why. Don't you steal my kill. I always knew that was a thing that could happen, but it never happened to me before. Agent D stealing the kills. I always knew that that was a thing, but it hadn't been relevant. Yeah, there was nothing I could have done there. No counterplay. Death by water, death by train. The environment is everything that wants to kill you. Zane can't get out of fuck your life. Worst survivability.
Finally, my reward.
Yeah, I could have just let Agent D do all that. Or I could have parked Digiclone and then run away. And those would have been better plays. Well, now I know how dangerous this particular room is, even more so than I suspected. Like, I had just finished talking about it's dangerous, and then it exceeded my expectations. So, you live and learn. We won't die there on the next one. Giving them the D for destruction. True. BL3, yeah, getting BL2 is when the enemies just run away. Getting BL3 is when an NPC causes some catastrophe. Goliath with a launcher is bad news. Yeah, he dotted me. He just barely survived the fastball. Lived long enough to hit me again. The chain of a series of unfortunate events, if you will. No copyright intended. Oh, there was a barrel there. Don't, not again already. Stop running. Oh no, you have so much health. Okay, 2 in a row. It's fine. Hit my groove. Lurk, I need sleeps when I am here. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. Yeah, you get some sleep. I've not been doing enough of that lately. That's your excuse that time? I didn't know there was a barrel there, so I vacuumed a barrel into my own face. That's 2 of my deaths so far. 4 Wucky Wucky shit. Yep, super high. Question mark, Foster? It's hardest character in your opinion for Gunless playthrough? This one. I don't want to go that way. Because I don't want to trigger the unstoppable spawn, so we're gonna go the long way. This one for sure, because Zane's skill tree is overwhelmingly geared towards gun. The second thing it supports is give digiclone gun. Can't do either of those things. So for Sentinel to be up for a long time, especially as I'm transitioning between encounters, I would need some specific tech that I don't yet have. So I'm pretty much relying on grenades, shield effects, ground slam, but I don't have an artifact yet. That would help me out a lot here, honestly. Getting a spark plug will be a game changer here. Then also, I can still use digiclone. It's just, he will have the default gun. And, Mantis works, it's just, unless there's a crit spot available, the damage is just kind of mid. Host, it's a gun. Not a shotgun. Just a gun. Get shotgun bonuses. Yeah, I take more Primutitus. I talked about this yesterday. Let me move that. This is more than nothing, because mag size for the clone, or his base gun, is still more useful than increasing the chances of the duct tape mod trigger, because I can't trigger duct tape mod at all, so... Yeah, back to your question, Pericles. Flak is definitely the easiest here, because Flak can just do damage through the most outlets anyway. Has the pet for utility, but then has rack attack, which can trigger shield break stuff later on, but is also a damage dealing skill in itself. Fade away for bypassing things, and good damage formula for supporting all of it at all points in the run. Whereas for Zane, I still don't have any damage formula from my tree that actually helps anything. All the damage I've done in this playthrough thus far has been unsupported by my skill tree. It's just been base stuff, and I haven't had much luck with supporting gear, like in terms of class mod passives. So every bit of damage you've seen from Zane thus far has been essentially what you would see with a gearless Zane. It's just the items performing on their own. Yeah, Black gets damage formula, Amara gets damage formula, and a lot of quality of life. Moe's. The easiest thing about Moe's Gunless isn't actually Iron Bear. It's, she gets very early grenade refill mechanics. And she can throw grenades while she's down. It's those two things more than anything else. Hey, Lazy. How are you? I've died twice this stream so far, Lazy. It's fucking funny, honestly. Using fastball? Yes. Feel through fastball has been exceptionally useful for these gunless runs. On Amara, it had an extra layer of viability because of the dot stuff. The dot stuff's not as relevant on other characters, but if I put on an Executor, it would be relevant on Zane too. Which at some point I may do. I don't want any of those items. Get them stonks. Weird hitbox. I think I'll infiltrator black hole nova here. Hopefully there's no barrels here. Actually, I need to destroy the turret. Okay. Yeah, Shield Nova goes hard.
I see the sneaky one. He's
Let me take off the infiltrator so I don't accidentally barrel myself again. I wish that shock raider had points in pocket full. Like, it's the only one with a massively beneficial stat. I guess the radius on this one helps my novas, but I don't really want to make my nova radius bigger right now, considering it's gotten 2 of my deaths. I face punch her.
You got a death wish?
Okay. Man, 2 deaths in the Amber Mire. But like I said before, each of those is a learning experience. Like, I didn't know that barrel existed for that second one, and now I will never... They're just hiding in bushes. They were so toxic with the barrel placement here. I'll never forget that that barrel was there. Like, there was a barrel there. They were so sneaky with the barrels. Like, why? I love how this barrel placement is just like that domino that knocked down the string of dominoes that led to me obsessively counting the number of barrels in that early Wonderlands gameplay from IGN. I got roasted for that. Arrows that fade away. I guess one good thing about Zane having much less formula is that I'm at least not boosting the damage of barrels. Copium. Bought Monster Hunter Stories 2, so yeah, I played some Human Fall Flat with Kitty. Good day. Ooh, nice. That sounds like a good time. I feel like I need a new shield option sooner rather than later, honestly. We can hold out. The plan is to, after Grave Ward, go do DLC 2. So we can get a Void Rift and a Conductor. But I might make a stopover in DLC 1 and try to get a Sea and Dead as well. Because that would be good for unknown Digiclone use. Sea and Dead with action skill damage and a bunch of points in Donnybrook would go real hard.
You will never know my secret blend of herbs and spices. Never!
A cat. He's a good boy. What is the radius on that? That's with no radius increases, and it... Man, barrels are so toxic.
Up meeting! Devouring your emptiness! Launch up! Excelsior! Come at me, posers! Avenge me! And you're dead! Fancy that!
Stop shooting me. GTD has 0 barrels. One of many reasons why GTD is best activity. Yes, I said the B word. What are you gonna do about it? GTD is best. And that's just how it is. Yeah. That is being very needy. Not best gear farm location, but some of the gear from it is best gear. Hey Swim, how are you? So I really should be smarter and use Sentinel here in case I go down. We're just gonna greet it with a fastball. The Singularity staggered him before he could do anything, but if I had had less damage or if I had been like more under leveled, that would have been bad because I only had one fastball left. I would have had to open my menu and spawn a pet. How about you? Tired. I briefly ventured outside today to, you know, do some outdoors shit. No, not really outdoor shit, but I had to step outside. And it is thick out there, on the good way. Just realized that exit bear fire rate crit is almost the same amount as boosted executor. Yeah, but crit is a junk stat on most.
Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for
Because
you?
A, it doesn't scale Skagden damage. B, you're not hitting crits with conventional guns through all of the visual pollution. Like, sure, Lucky 7 exists, but the Skagden point still holds true, so you could run something that either covers an elemental weakness or,
One fragment down, 2 to go. Nice. Am I waiting for something?
yes, you
I
are,
forget.
Tannis. Or you can just boost your damage in a way that doesn't get... Never mind. What's the Bloodletter health regen? That's fun. Aiming in my Borderlands game? Where is the hitbox for this?
Ship AI. I'm intrigued.
It popped up for a second.
Denotes intelligence, you know.
That was an accidental throw. I didn't actually mean to fastball
Oh,
Tannis.
nice.
Yes, Ava, 1 fragment down, 2 to go. Nice. It's very nice. I'm proud of you for noticing. No problems with the Eric's wildfire? Yeah. That is exactly what I'm referring to. All windows and doors tightly shut. Air filter running. Mask up if I step outside. It's funny. We had pandemic, which provided more of a reason than usual to mask up. And we have wildfires, which, like, without the other people component, it's no mask. Why it's trying to fucking kill us, man. Yeah, I think I can hold out a little longer. I'm gonna want to re-up my bus selling bonus though. Hey Wushi, how are you? Good to see you.
Ready for anything.
Pretty rough outside. Can't imagine being closer to Canada. I can't imagine being in Canada right now. Ugh. I missed day one. It's okay, Goliath. 2 of the deaths were yesterday, 2 were today. Yes, I've been live for half an hour and I've died twice. Many mass extinctions start with the planet itself fucking its inhabitants. Just don't do the mass extinction before Remnant 2 comes out. Privileged Borderlands Science did 29 puzzles reset down to 0. Huh. I've never heard of that. Not to my knowledge, but maybe. Meanwhile, here in Pennsylvania, it's all, oh no, the smoke outside is awful. Better stay inside and smoke a pack and a half a day instead. You know, even when I smoked, I couldn't stand the smell of smoke. It was weird. Thinking about Fire Rate Craig because I was thinking about how Blast Master is kind of trash for non-short fuse Lucky 7. Yeah. I mean, for non-short fuse Lucky 7, it does just straight up lose to Rocketeer, Bloodletter, and Heat Exchanger, and Flare, and Flame. And Minesweeper. Doesn't lose to Green Monster, though. Actually, it might... It doesn't lose to Green Monster. No. It's close, though. Depending on how much fire rate you have. Lower fire rate would be more optimal. Kind of turned me from doing the rest to get the heads. Yeah, Varashi, I've never heard of that. No. Sorry, I can't be more help there. Article of the Air in Nova Delhi is even worse. It's like... It's recommended for people to, you know, not open windows and stuff, not let pets outside, not go outside without a mask, and to run air filters and stuff. And that's for me, and I'm, I don't know, 500 miles away, 1,000, something like that. Like, in terms of places in the US that are close to Canada, yeah, I am, but, like, I'm still not particularly close to Canada. So I can't imagine how bad it gets the closer you get. I forgot to buy those SDUs. That's unfortunate. Cold Warrior with crit. Finally something that helps, but only one trick of the light. 3 Synchro does nothing for us. Oh, a Rough Rider. That's sure to help. Playing older Borderlands games and seeing that 6 items in the shop menu. Pain. Bro, the UI in these games, we always talk about how it's been a progressive downgrade, but it's even harder a pill to swallow when you go back. Like, I regularly talk about how dated Borderlands 2 is in pretty much every respect, and BL1 obviously is even more dated. But, like, the UI is one of the areas that the inverse is true. The UI somehow just got worse with every new title, and, like, less intuitive and less modern. Like, why you doing that? Hey, Nunu.
Suck on this, Balti!
Still, let's have a chat. Are you seeing this? Open your blood.
Borderlands 1's my favorite of the Lands games. There's a couple things I really like about BL1 that they didn't do in other ones. Like, it really has that grim, desolate atmosphere to it. I really like the vibes. Does a good job of world building. And I like the weapon proficiency system as sort of the equivalent of Guardian rank, Badass rank, Myth rank. I think that was pretty cool. Even though they're not completely similar, I still think that was a better system. I really like the UI. I don't like black hole here. That's too risky. Got a big moon blaster. I describe BL1 atmosphere as arid loneliness. BL2 not offering a buy or sell is horrific, though. BL1 is both now. Wonderland's ammo fill is just sex. That's true. That is true. Yeah, standing in a corner with Big Boom Blaster being optimal is one of my favorite things. The corner means I can pick up the boosters faster. Strats. The only issue where it all looks the same, though, the areas. I mean, like Lazy said, not more than the other games. Like, look at BL2. Everything looks the fucking same. So, like, you get the snow map, and then everything looks the same, and you get your next snow map, and it looks the same as the original snow map. And then you get more shit that just looks like Pandora. Then you get Pandora, but purple. And then you get some lava with Heroes Pass, and that's the main story areas. Like, BL1 and BL2 both like that. TPS looks very samey, but that's kind of a given. BL3 has more variety because it's more of a globetrotter, you know? Well, I guess that's the opposite in this case. It's a galaxy trotter. Like, you go a bunch of different places, so the environments are more varied, rather than different parts of the same audit myself. I really need that artifact slot. I need melee bonuses. One of the enemies actually helped me there. The grenade they threw weakened that Tink enough for me to kill. That was huge. Dude's a homie. Choo-choo do need some poo-poo, my guy. You are correct.
Deathbringer is also my middle name. Need a charge.
There we go. BO1 for me is a Wasteland vibe, BO2 and BO3 go for crazy shit vibe. Yeah. I will say BL2 made more of an attempt at giving the series its own identity rather than being just, hey, what if this was just like a sort of Fallout type deal? What if we did that? But like aliens and shit. Well, Fallout also has aliens and shit. Yeah, it's just Fallout. And then BL2 was like, alright, let's get weird. Kind of carved out the direction for the rest of them, you know? PBS environments are so strange, like those designers ever been to Moon or something. I mean, I think devs should only make Moon environments if they've physically been to the Moon. I agree. BO1 didn't have any trees. Huh. 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 Except Ned. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I swear I remember, but I couldn't remember where. That DLC, right.
Your hunt is not like me. Where are you hiding them?
Viridian Promontory was my favorite place for that entire section as a kid. I love farming them for XP and Mordecai with the bypass perk thingy. The last time I did a full, like, all-content playthrough of BL1 was 2012. A bit before BL2 came out, actually. Since then I've done, like, just the story normal mode playthrough a couple times, but yeah, it's been over 10 years. Okay, we're gonna... Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna revolt her. Infiltrator. Switch from the Infiltrator to the Executor.
You can't afford to deal with
Activate that, and dot the shit out of her. Immediately dot ourselves too, but it worked out. Don't need the revolter now. We got through the shield. As long as I don't miss.
Winter's fury.
So this is the status damage from the Executor putting in work. Fastball is an exceptionally good dot grenade.
Should have brought a
So Fastball plus Executor is going to be good for handling both Aurelia and Grave Ward.
Be gone.
I need a grenade though.
Not today.
So toxic. Okay, why UI? Why is my grenade showing as red? It's saying I have one, but it's like, no, don't use this one. There we go. Dictator. RIP. That gun used to be heat. New Infiltrator. Rad resistance. It's got 2 like a ghost. So we trade 2 Supersonic Man for 2 like a ghost. That's actually a really good trade. Unfortunately, Aurelia didn't drop any of her deadies. That hasn't happened to me in years. For anyone who isn't aware, Aurelia is one of the better designed bosses in terms of loot drops because each of her items iterates separately. So what that means is, unlike other bosses where the chances split between the items, for her, each one is individual. And I somehow managed to roll against the drop on every single one of her items, of which she has 3 on Mayhem 0. So that is the unluckiest Aurelia kill ever. That's pretty impressive. playing Borderlands 3 mainline game of the franchise. Borderlands known for its flaws, functionality, and effective bug fixes. You know, that's true. I will say, though, I've been playing a lot of Diablo 4, and that game makes Borderlands look both functional and stable. It's crazy that Blizzard just gets a pass, because, you know, it's Blizzard. They shouldn't get a pass for anything.
Beautiful.
But Diablo 4 runs like shit, and is the buggiest AAA piece of garbage I've played in 2023. And I played Jedi Survivor before patch 4, when it crashed every 5 minutes, crashed if you changed your hair, and barely ran at all. And Diablo 4 is just, it runs like hot garbage. Cheese has a really good PC, and it is actively trying to murder his PC as well. The game's, like, fine, I guess, but, ooh. It makes Borderlands look like a technical marvel. I'll tell you that much. People still give it past the makers of Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is overhated. Diablo 3 at launch had some systemic problems, but post-launch support, baby. They fixed the game.
Quag Wicked 27 months. Quag Wicked.
Thanks for the 27 Snow. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Wicked, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Diablo 3 overhate is exactly what I hope doesn't happen with the Wonderlands IP, because people talk so much shit about Diablo 3 at launch and then don't specify. You know, didn't pay attention to any of the post-launch support. So all the cool shit they added over time in Diablo 3's post-launch cycle is just fucking gone from D4. Like, Diablo 4 actively attempts to just pretend D3 didn't happen in gameplay elements, in plot structure, in all respects, because gamers just don't let shit go. So I really hope the Wonderlands doesn't do that with all the cool shit that that game did, because people get their undies in a twist about 40% of the game's items not having Deady drop sources. And them not having access to takedowns that they never go into. You ever played the new Pokemon games? That was a hot mess. I enjoy Scarlet and Violet, but so, like, I hadn't played PLA, Pokemon Legends Arceus, until after I played Scarlet and Violet, and PLA is an infinitely better game than Scarlet and Violet. It's staggering how they went from insanely creative and really good to watered down version of the same thing with more flaws than upsides. It's really jarring. Encountered remarkably few problems with Diablo 4, but I didn't have to do a boss fight over again in the campaign because I got locked out of an action. I was supposed to interact with, wouldn't unlock. Last night I was going to fight a world boss, and as it was spawning, I got a well-documented, apparently widespread bug, where you just don't have the ability to use any of your skills. So I had to stand there dodging a world boss with, I couldn't use my dodge, I couldn't use my abilities, I couldn't attack, I could only heal. So, yeah, that happened. Also, there was a dungeon that gave me infinite loading screens for a day, until they hotfixed that. The rubber banding is terrible and not always lag related. There are several broken quests that they've had to temporarily remove from the game because QA doesn't happen. There's several event types that have a high chance of just breaking depending on how you kill the enemies involved. It's amazing that a game with 4 beta weekends still feels like it's in fucking alpha. Also, have I mentioned that there's no endgame content? But you know, Diablo 3 bad. Let's go back to the Diablo 2 model of the content is the build crafting during a playthrough, except let's remove the additional playthroughs per character thing entirely. It's not even an option. Missing GR pushing. There's no rifts. So, no Diablo 3 endgame. There's no Nightmare and Hell playthrough like Diablo 2. It has neither. It has more in common with launch Diablo 3 than it does with any other Diablo game, but like... Not playable launch because the online connection required and servers not being available. Did you not see the first 2 days of D4, Goliath? That's still a thing. Except this time, there were like 500,000 people trying to watch streams of the game, and every single person except for Shroud on the Twitch directory was just sitting there trying to get in. For some reason, Shroud was able to play still. It was really funny.
That's right. Bring it. Do it back home. Do it for the jump. New sacrifice. Oh yeah. Shooter spent. Apply directly to the forehead.
Like, I don't want to make it sound like I hate the game, because I don't feel that strongly about it. I just think it's a really weak Diablo title currently.
For my lungs, salsa. Da, da, da. Loading up.
I think both Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 are just infinitely better games than Diablo 4. Now, will I still boot up D4 after the stream? Probably.
I am older than you know.
But mostly just because I'm trying to build craft. As I do in every game I play. I'm just gonna run past these guys. That's grenades. Shoot me. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm kind of going whole hog on quests and taking the campaign now. I'm mostly lucky in bugs connection issues. Ever tried build crafting Skyrim or Fallout? A little bit. I wasn't as much into build crafting when I played those games. Like, Lazy did get me back into doing a Fallout 4 playthrough last year. And it's kind of been getting me wanting to play it again this year as well. I don't know if you're still here, Lazy, but that Brexia clip, I still think about it. It's truly tragic. But yeah, I wasn't as much into build crafting when I played those games. It's something I'm open to revisiting, though. That Brexia clip is the most painful Twitch clip in existence. Let me paint a picture for chat. Okay. So, Vrexia is this really talented Fallout streamer who they do no damage runs. And not just no damage like speed run, no damage like story run. They no damage 100% the entire game. And on the very last section of the very last mission, they died. Yeah, with that rule set. The very last possible second, anything could have gone wrong. It's... Here, let me... I'm gonna post it so they can see this shit. It's so sad. Ain't nobody got time for that. You can see the stats of like the completion for the current playthrough at the top. You see all the attempts and stuff. It's so I could never, man. I could never. Masochism. They threw for content.
Hi, hello. Do you need something?
Like I am not strong enough a human being to go through that. I just could never. I'll stop gaming and rethink my life. Yeah, that's me.
Fun shots for your gunshots at Dr. Zane's portable clinic. Zane's meds. If you ain't buying,
So I guess we start Infiltrator and then switch to Executor. You have all card weapons in this challenge? I mean, I can, but I'm not equipping items. I'm not equipping guns at all for any purpose. So no Guardian Angels, not on the table. No stat sticks, no weapon noids. Bro doesn't even react. Yeah, just nerves of steel. Stupid? Nah, it's okay. Did Grave Ward give me any deaths? It was surprisingly more of a challenge than I anticipated on the Amara playthrough. So, like, maybe. I am omega squishy right now. Like, he almost just killed me. Like, that was very nearly a death there. The damage is good. Now, because I'm out of grenades, I don't know if Digiclone can hit Grave Ward, so I'm gonna put on Sentinel.
boom. Come on, come on!
Yeah, Mantis into that crit spot does good damage. Grave Ward's hands take 2 times damage. That's pretty good damage. Especially with the Executor crit. Yeah, this fight is easier for Gunless Zane than Gunless Amara because we have just more things that can hit the boss. Yeah, Mantis into crit spot goes crazy. Oh, I should have Mantis in the other slot so that I can switch to grenades freely. Now we know. Yeah, okay.
Well, look at the stadia.
Look at the Stadia. Google Stadia. Ooh. Let me equip grenade again. Too soon? Sorry, Lizzie. I know that hit home for somebody. Oh, that's not how you dodge that. Couldn't remember how to dodge that attack, so I tried something silly. Walked around and found out. I like that in these runs we do get to actually hear Grave Ward's boss music. It was like a full year of playing the game before I'd ever heard more than 30 seconds of the track. And I didn't know it was like 6 minutes long until 2022. Got a couple grenade pickups there. It was nice. Oh, I shouldn't have kept damaging him during this time. Now I don't get the last drop, I don't think. Maybe it'll still happen. Ah, that's cool. Infiltrator, Executor. Yeah, there's the damage. Groundbreaker. Favorite build through boss music, mine's Joey's theme. That's a really good one. There's so many good ones to choose from. The first two that pop in my mind are Captain Haunt, of course, Phase 2, of course, and Anathema. Those are the ones that really hit for me the most. There's so many good ones. I guess that's how you dodge that. Woden has amazing music. Yeah, that one too, for sure. There's Grave Ward. I'm down to stick with Executor Fastball for a bit. Wasn't too bad. Can we include pre-boss fights? I can say Supernova Dreamsicle. Sure. Oh yeah, I should look at artifacts. Radiation damage, area of effect damage on a shock stone. Hang on, that's heat. This fire stone I might still end up using anyway because elemental stones are just really useful for getting up, but as far as bar time, I keep that until I have a conductor to replace it. I probably don't need the money grenade anymore, but I'm not going to get rid of it yet. Mind melt. Great fight's actually epic. It really is. It's just the boss doesn't have enough HP to do its mechanics. Like, and it's not like they didn't try. There's 2 bosses in Borderlands 3 that have one-shot protection. They have health gate thresholds. Gigamind and Grave Ward are the hardest bosses to one-shot in BL3. Not because of their health totals, but because they have active prevention systems. You need... So, like, the way it works is you need multiple instances of damage to one-shot them. Because the most a single instance is capable of doing is 1/3. You can see the segments on the health bar. That's the most it can do. Any Grave Ward or Gigamind one-shots you see are doing so through multiple hits or multiple bonus elements. So, technically speaking, for some builds, one-shotting Gigabind is harder than one-shotting, say, the Seer. You complete the main story? Have I ever completed the main story? Yes. On this character, we're still working on it. I'm level 28. Only Hunter Seeker. Wait, no, hang on. That's in my inventory. I was like, level 13. Why is it level 13? It doesn't have 5,000 hours in Borderlands 3. Yeah, no, I have 7,000 hours. It's my favorite segment of main story. I really like the Atlas HQ section, because I think Katagawa Jr. is a cool side villain. But my favorite section overall is just the Great Vault mission. I think it's a really good, like, climactic thing. They have a lot of build up to it, and the showdown with Troy feels really good. My enjoyment of the story only tanks after that. Like, it dips a little bit with Eden 6, because they built up a bunch of shit that they never paid off, but it only tanks after the Great Vault. Me personally, I don't find any enjoyment in the Necrotafeo section of the game. I completely check out. I find Typhon obnoxious, and I find the inclusion of Necrotafeo to be padding out the gameplay length. It's just not something I'm a fan of. It's a cool planet, conceptually. It's just, they could have not tacked it on the end of the main story. It could have been just like a post-game place you go or something. I don't know. It just... story padding. So what do I do with this skill point? Old U would allow me to start effectively using Digiclone. But having Pocket Full will mean that I don't really need to equip Shocker Raider anymore. I'm gonna go with Old U, just because I feel like that's smarter for right now. I have my artifact slot now. So we're gonna go with the Shock Zone. Getting that splash damage is huge. Absolutely amazing. Today's fruit of choice, Cantaloupe. Ooh, that sounds refreshing, Ken. One-shot playthrough of all the bosses would be interesting. Didn't you do that, Lazy? Something like that? Lazy went around with a 0 skill point flak and one-shot every boss in the game. I don't know if it was a formal series, but it's a thing. It was like a couple years ago, though. All hail the barrels. 2 deaths today, Vocal. The first one was like... yeah, okay. An NPC stole a kill, so I couldn't get up. But then the second one, just me being stupid with barrels again. I already have a level 28 Nagata. I probably won't use it, because as good as this grenade is, it kind of needs Anoint support more than Fastball does. Because, Fastball having that dot and being able to match elementally is a really big deal.
You're fully upgraded. Why not purchase any of these other fine products?
Yeah, I still need the money grenade. Definitely still need it, but the backpack has to use. Nice. Put some stuff on the wall. Use that as storage. Hey, Super. How are you? Work I started yesterday at work before leaving. Forgot to save it. Aw, fuck. That's the worst. I'm sorry, Ken. Okay, so I need 3 more skill points, and then Red Tree will be kind of satisfied for a while. I don't need to go down to Double Barrel or Trick of the Light right away. I think at that point, I'll just start going for either Headsman's Hand for the crit or Commitment for the cooldown. Like, that would send me through Renegade, so I get that health regen as well. It'd be really nice. So we're starting to branch out skill tree-wise. Having this artifact is going to be hugely helpful. If I'm using Executor, I don't want Revolter equipped. We did get that up-to-date Impaler. I think I like that. We'll use that. So DLC 1 for Seeing Dead and also Ember's Blaze seems like the logical play. Ember's Blaze would actually be really good for me right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking that. We have no reason to go to Bounty of Blood at all. There's actually nothing in Bounty of Blood that helps this build or this character. Yeah, let's go do Jackpot. Just through getting the Ember's Blaze, I think. Hope we get a Seeing Dead along the way. Now, you can do some really cool stuff with the shield on all characters, really. I didn't end up actually using it on Amara, which is a shame. But on Zane, you can do fun stuff like... So, since your clone gets a copy of your shield, just innately, you can give one to clone, and then you have one. And if you spec down to Distributed Denial, which is the mid-tree skill in the green tree, then your barrier gets the effect of your shield as well. Now, it doesn't work on all shields, and it's very wonky, but that's one that it does cleanly work on. So you could potentially have 3 Ember's Blaze auras going at the same time from one Zane. And there's lots you can do with that. You can place them in different areas for area denial. You can stack them all on top of each other. It's very cool. I think DLC 1 is good. I just feel like milking Handsome Jack's popularity. I think DLC 1 is good. And I say this as someone who really pushes back against the dangers of nostalgic wish fulfillment instead of doing new and original content. But I think DLC 1 handles it well.
Money. Some people say
It does some nostalgia while bringing back some characters that are thematically appropriate, like Timothy, giving him a spotlight. It's more of Moxie's always good. I'm a fan of the character. I think Pretty Boy functioned well as a villain.
Money rules, we all know it.
This works for me.
Handsome Jack here, your best friend. You know what sucks? Everything. All the time. There's wars, there's poors, and not enough fire in the galaxy to burn it all down. That's why I built my ultimate getaway, the Handsome Jackpot. You're welcome.
You're spitting, Perfect Cell.
I,
Sorry,
by
Mr. Perfect Cell.
myself and me alone with no one's help at all, combined Hyperion's most advanced space station engineering with the most opulent casino the galaxy has ever seen. The only thing that's better looking...
You tried Diablo 4? Is that really not your kind of game? Borderlands UI, amazing. Yes, he is, man. I play it off stream. Earlier, you can go back in the VOD, I ranted about it for like 20 minutes. I'm playing it. I think it's not a terrible game. I don't think it's a good game. I think it's another game indicative of the shit state that games release in 2023. And I think it's a perfect example of why you should never listen to people who don't give things a chance post-launch. And you should never let them dictate the direction of your IP. I I think it is leaning towards the bad side of nostalgic fan service gone wrong. A triple Reuter. Pretty would buy that. I think that if anyone is on the fence about getting Diablo 4 right now, don't. Wait until it has content. Because once you run out of quests and collectibles, your options are roll a new character or do the same dungeon infinitely. And unlike, say, Nephilim Rifts or Chaos Chamber, shit doesn't vary. Love DLC one just for the high period vibe. Love how much world building they give the company. Also fighting loaders. Loaders are some of the most satisfying combat in the entire Borderlands franchise. Exceptional enemy design, A fucking plus. Again, I'm not a person who likes bringing things back, but like bringing back loaders from BL2 was such a good move.
I'm on fire! But not literally.
Gotta love shooting arms off. Yeah, and also the adaptability of the enemy. You can just have a loader do whatever you want, combat design-wise, and it just works. I unfortunately do need the grenade regen here, it seems. This one has action skill damage. Then this new one we got has like a ghost for bullet reflection. Or bullet ignorance, I guess. I haven't used that texture yet, but it might come into play. No, shit. Please don't be roaster. Oh, fuck. Wait, friendly fire. Huh. They killed Roaster, that wasn't me. She just got robocopped by the loaders.
Not but a bushel of monkey gets.
We're requiring us to label so much of our stuff, as much of our stuff as we can. Get a label maker, actually kind of satisfying to use. I've heard that. Yo, grenade damage, but it's a flak class mod. That's pain. Executor with health regen. Not bad. Itchy Breeder, that was my nickname in high school. And a no pew pew, times 5. Times 5 isn't bad for clone, I guess. Breath of the Dying. Man, if I could use guns, just getting these two dropping next to each other, I'd be so set for, like, everything. Breath of the Dying in this DLC? Yeah. So I would get the all-in, but the thing about the all-in is that it doesn't, the cooldown from it doesn't apply to Mantis. I could still get it for item farming purposes, because it is a true drop rate increase. Much like the Schluter, and increasing your mayhem mode. So I should probably get one for just farming. And I can get a little XP from doing the mission, but... the cooldown aspect isn't going to be useful to me. I'm doubling down. Great quest dialogue in this DLC as well. Yeah, I really do think Handsome Jackpot is just a good DLC. Now, this could also be some personal bias, because it was fun to be in the community when this came out as well. It was just extremely hype. The game, it was good atmosphere. It's hard to describe. No bad DLCs for this game, IMO. I agree. I agree. I don't know, yesterday DLC 2 is banned in some countries. Why does the world have to be like this? Because some people genuinely put more effort into being pieces of shit than doing anything productive with their lives. I don't know if it's an instinct, I don't know if they think it'll make them seem less pathetic, but that's how some people work.
Didn't anyone teach you how to fight? Right, let's have it. Your mouth in his feet and claim them mine. Ow! Lieberman knows. He knows.
Fine, believer mode. That one. Is that a Punisher reference? I always assumed it was a Punisher reference. Netflix Punisher show.
Still got it.
I guess formerly Netflix now, technically. Shit. I guess of all the lieutenants, Fish Slap is not one of the ones I'm super scared of, because I have fire fastball. Like, still. I think lieutenants is, intimidating. Especially when I have terrible aim. Oh, it's a dig at a politician. Oh, right, yeah. Forgot about that guy. Forgot about that guy. Could have done better with monetizing Season Pass 2. It's a bit expensive, that's it. I mean, it's not, though. It's a smaller season, so they made it cheaper. Like, it's the two $15 DLCs plus the massively overpriced cosmetics for the $30 bundle price. So you still get more than you would get by buying them individually. Or bang for your buck. Keep in mind, DLC 5 and 6 affect your game more than DLC 1 through 4. Because DLC 5 has the skill tree, and DLC 6 has the vault cards, which apply to the entire game. Not just DLCs 1 through 4, where after you're done with the story, you have no reason to go back unless you're going for a sourced item. There's zero replay value. Well, I think that's pretty good bang for the buck. Like DLC 3, for example, Bounty of Blood has added maybe 100 something hours of gameplay to this game for me, whereas Director's Cut and Designer's Cut have each added 1,000 easily. If not more. Probably lowballing. Like, the amount of build crafting enabled by all the non-flak purple trees. I mean, the flak one enabled crying, so that's true. It still did add content, I guess. If otherwise DLC 5 is weak, I don't really like Arms Race. I do, but I get it's polarizing. It tends to be one of those you either really like it or you thoroughly dislike it type things. That's why I mentioned the skill tree specifically, because that still has more value. Like, for the amount of hours I've gotten out of it, the price tag for DLC 5 would be worth it even if Arms Race wasn't in it. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. If you're not an Arms Race fan, then you're pretty much just paying for skill trees. And I suppose a couple, it's Which, that is one thing that annoys me about that DLC. They broke a bunch of shit, and they also added a bunch of DLC shit into the base game that you can't use unless you have that DLC.
Your parents shall be ashamed of you.
It's like they broke 2 anoints. One of them was never fixed. And then they added, you know, all those Iron Bear anoints. Splash, Radius, Green Monster, Weapon Charge Speed. That's crazy. And all those Iron Bear anoints they added, the Mantis anoint, you know, Phase Flare, Grab Snare, all those. Those are, they happen in the base game. You can't use them unless you have, you know, DLC 5. But your anoint pool gets more populated because of that update. Something that always bugged me.
And I'm the captain. Go, you. Oh, get all over you. Place your bets.
Purple skill tree is cool, especially on Zane. Hit L1 twice from zooming. Yeah, purple skill trees, like, a common, I don't know how to phrase this, wish, criticism, gripe from people who, you know, don't actually have playtime logged in this game, or care to, is that they wish there had been more characters, because that would be more content. But, like, purple trees provided more content than an additional character would. First of all, it's 4 extra skill trees versus 3. I prefer the model of adding skill trees massively over the model of making a new character. And they have the metrics, they have the data showing that as much as people loved Gage and Krieg, like, flames-wise, they didn't play those characters. They were massively underplayed compared to the others. New character has new ways to play, not choosing slightly different versions of the same skills. That's not how new trees work either, Irish. New trees are new ways to play. Please tell me how Amara's Phase Flare is a slightly different version of the same skill that exists. Or how Mantis is. Or how building around a racer on Zane isn't a completely different playstyle. You want the class system in Wonderlands on BO4? No. I want Wonderlands to keep that for itself, and I want Borderlands to keep its system for itself. I think a core Borderlands thing is being a character that exists and inhabits the world, and is not just a player avatar. I think shifting the playable character to be some, figuratively speaking, faceless, just husk to the player avatar, I think that would be a loss. But I think for Wonderlands, with the RPG vibes, having a customizable character that's just you, if you want it to be, makes the most sense. Very distinctly different. Mm-hmm. Is this a save quit spot? I never remember where the locks are.
Ferocity is my middle name. Zane Ferocity Flint.
With the dialogue. What do you want from me? There we go. Yeah, it was just slow. I guess it was telling me to let the dialogue play out. Hey Sora, how are you? So like, I see a dead drop would be really sick. I think in the interest of that, I think we're even getting get a BO4. Yeah, like years ago, Randy Pitchford said they're working on quote unquote the big one. It's absolutely happening. And like, if you don't put any stock in that, then answer this: why would they not make a BO4? Each lands game they've released has made them increasing amounts of money. Borderlands 3 was a record success at the time. Wonderlands was a record success at the time. Like, not gonna stop making those.
I live for this!
Went through VOD to hear your Diablo 4 thoughts, and I feel you on them. It's my first Diablo game, and I've been playing with 3 friends who are also playing it for the first time, but really enjoyed it. I'm glad you're having a good time, man. Like, me having my issues doesn't mean I'm not finding some enjoyment. Like, I wouldn't be playing the game if it was a completely awful experience. It's just, despite myself, I try to temper my expectations a lot with games, right? I had a lot of hype and hope going into Diablo 4, and it's just, in terms of the things I really loved about the previous entry, they're just all absent. So it's like, yeah, it's fine, but given the other issues, like it being aggressively online, that being something I didn't love about Diablo 3, but at least was able to somewhat ignore, and I can't at all with D4. They just don't let you. It's... It's a tough thing to swallow for me, so I'm a little whiny about it. But I am glad you're finding enjoyment. I haven't done any co-op in the game yet. I've been purely solo.
One assassination on the house.
What's wrong with my mouse right now? There's like some lag on my mouse input. No fire. Fire bad. Ion laser. All stories have to end eventually. Yeah, but what's with the, so in terms of looters, why is Borderlands the one people always connect to story? It's something we've discussed a couple times before, but like, plot critique is a big thing with Borderlands, and then also focus on the story is why they would keep making more. Is another thing. Like, that doesn't get applied to any other looter in the industry, and no one gives a shit about story in any of the other ones. Sure, Destiny has a story, but like, it's not what anyone gives a fuck about. Why is Borderlands the one that gets the story-based microscope? Like, it's never been anything more than a vehicle to get you to different wacky enemies to kill in these games. It's there, sure, the effort is put in, but like, it is absolutely not the main attraction and has never been. For some people, it is. Some people focus on different things in their gameplay. But in terms of design, sucks they removed the replayability with harder modes. We're all big Borderlands fans, so we kind of expect that to be the case and confused when it wasn't. Yeah, like, Borderlands 1 through TPS had that because they emulated Diablo 2, which had that. The majority of the replay value of Diablo 2 was grinding and building your way through Nightmare and Hell difficulties. Like, that was the content. Just the build crafting through that. I think that doing the Borderlands 3 method of having an additional playthrough available but optional is the ideal middle ground, because at a certain point, repeating the playthrough with no real change in experience, which is how it works out in Borderlands for the most part, that's not content, it's padding. And we talked about this yesterday, but a lot of the design choices made in Diablo 2 would not stand up as modern releases. If that game was to be made for the first time now, like that multiplayer through for content thing, that wouldn't be accepted. But, like, it's weird that Diablo 4 chose to remove that and not provide anything else. Like, it's just... Like, on making a new character, after you've beaten the story once, you can skip the story entirely. They give you an option in character creation to start at level 1, but with the story gone. So, like, all areas would be available and everything, but, like, you can't do the story again. So it's just... It's arcadey, but without the arcade content that Diablo 3 had. It's very weird. Like, Diablo 3 got a lot of heat for being very arcadey, but that gave it so much replay value. You got barreled again? Yeah, I did. Then Mr. Glenn.
I'ma beat you back to last week.
Phalangeal sidekick!
I ain't designed to withstand this.
It's possible you picked the wrong battle.
Designed to withstand this crap.
Music in this area goes so hard. I love this track. Like, this is just perfect atmospheric music. Like, it makes me want to play really aggressively. You know the track is good when it makes you want to play differently. I thought that said sluts. That's definitely what they're going for. Fucking Doom, man. Yeah, exactly. Doom vibes. But like a non-combat version of that, of music making you want to play differently, like the music out in the world in Oblivion, for example, it just makes you want to like explore.
Throwing ships, let me know.
Oh, like when you're out in the wilderness.
I call this a successful operation. Absolutely.
More pocket full. So I think we're approaching the end of our friendship with the Shocker Raider. The Undead will provide us a kill skill efficiency boost as well, which will boost pocket full of nades. So it'll be a class mod for boosting pocket full. It'll be for keeping Sentinel and Digiclone up for when I need either one of those. Backbot with action skill cooldown, the charge speed, it's pretty good. I was using like a red line. That'd be sick. I just hope it all fun. BL4 fun. Backbot. Yeah. The core gameplay has been something that they haven't missed on, in my opinion, yet. They've just been refining that more and more. It's just the features around it. Like, having the good core gameplay while also having a wealth of content, while also having decent balance. They have struggled to have all three of those at once, right? Like, BL2 has a wealth of playthrough content, BL3 has a wealth of playthrough and endgame content. BL2 does not hit the balancing thing, BL3 did not hit the balancing thing for a long time, and then for some it still tends towards too easy. And then Wonderlands has great gameplay, but, like, no content. They kind of struggle to do all the things at once. Miss an announcement about BL4? No, it's just people speculating as always.
You would not believe some of the stuff Jack sent me to do. I met some crazy fans. Signed a dead guy once for his widow.
Timmy, you gonna move? I guess it's safe. You didn't miss an announcement or anything. It's just people getting antsy because we're in the Lands content drought. Keep in mind we had a steady stream, I should say, of Lands content from 2018 with BL3 hype building and announcements and stuff until 2022 with Wonderlands and Wonderlands content cycle and New Tales. But now, like, other than the movie, whenever that happens, there's no Lands content happening. And we're bound to eventually hit that drought. The last drought was starting in 2015. I guess 2016, because we did get BL2 update in 2015. Minor random balance update out of the blue. But 2016 to 2018 was like a Lands drought. I really put my finger out at BL3 seems to be lacking that thing that just does it for me. I hope BL4 has that for me. If you ever, like, feel free to bring this up another time. If you ever figure out what that thing is for you, Vocal, I'd really love to know. Because you're far from the only person who feels that way. It's just I can't quite connect with that myself because, like, it works for me, but I don't know what the defining factor is either. Maybe it's just nostalgia. BL3 gameplay plus BL2 story plus some endgame rage or something would be a perfect game to me. I think BL2's playthrough experience is good. I think the story gets confused with Handsome Jack's voice actor being one of the most talented in the industry. But, like, again, judging Borderlands by story, or, like, constraining Borderlands discourse to story, is a weird anomaly in the looter space. It doesn't really happen with any of the other looters. I need damage for these guys. We go Impaler. Don't be voicist. I'm not. I have friends with voices. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How are you? I think the BL3 story is better if you have kids, which most players probably don't. I maintain that if you completely take out Handsome Jack, performance-wise, there is nothing that sets BL2 story apart from anything. It is extremely generic, uninspired, uninteresting, just kind of there to get you around and get you to all the content. It is entirely carried by the charisma of one actor. Now I'm not going to say BL3 story is some kind of art or anything, but the point is, quality-wise, they are not far apart. It's just the difference of one guy. And not even how that one character was written, how that one character was performed. Enjoy BL3 way more coming back now to compare to when I first got it around Cartel. It's one of those games that changed a lot over time, Random Gamer. It changed a lot. Twins and Ava are both deeper characters you raise a child. In particular, I really enjoy Troy as a character. I think he's multifaceted and doesn't get appreciated enough. And Ava gets overhated, of course. We talk about that all the time, though. Kevin, stop biting me. Pacing's certainly a big thing. I didn't care about the story. It's fine, really. The pacing was something that put me off. Big other part is I played Release on base PS4. I did as well. Certainly it put me off as well. I got into BL2 late, so I just got done understanding systems when BL3 came out, so BL3 system felt very overwhelming. Yeah, I played on base PS4. Or not base PS4. I played on the second gen PS4, so I guess that's different. But it was rough. It was rough on release. Every LAN's release is. Every single one has had a rough launch. I think BL1 was the smoothest launch. Yeah, the pacing in the story of BL3 is definitely... I feel like it was designed around them knowing that they wouldn't force you to do multiple playthroughs, so they made just one long, dragged-out playthrough. It is very long. Yeah, I think BL2 has tighter pacing for sure. It is not without its sections that I'm like, but the pacing is absolutely tighter. I don't think that can be effectively argued against. Why don't more people talk about Mr. Torg's performance? We absolutely should. Mr. Torg is one of my favorite characters. Like, it's been growing more over time. I didn't think much of him until recently, but like, the fact that he's just kind of this thoughtful way of poking fun at like these hyper macho compensating for something dudes, because Mr. Torg presents as that, but like he's actually just like a really chill guy who's all about respecting people, who just happens to really, really like being a fucking Tarantino B-movie character. And his voice actor, obviously I have some nostalgia because I grew up watching the Dragon Ball Z dub, English dub, so he's Mr. Satan from there. That's where I know him most from. Grease Fender's got the strike again? Nice. Playthrough Rise Wonderland's probably my favorite. Yeah, mine too, for sure. The thing about BL2's pacing is it isn't great, but you can skip most of the bad parts with fast save quits. Here's the thing, here's how I feel about that vocal, though. You are using what is effectively a speedrun mechanic to get around the parts of the game you don't like. That doesn't mean it's not in the game. And you can get around a lot of the stuff in BL3 with save quits as well. With similar tech. Not as much as you can in BL2, but like it's still bypassing the thing that's in the game. It doesn't make it not there. Just like how you have to save quit fucking everything in BL2, and that's only fine because the load screens are shorter because it's an 11-year-old game. You still do it all the time. If you had to save quit as much in BL2 as you do in this game, just because the game loads slower, it would be even more miserable than it already is. That's what I mean. The pacing itself isn't great. It's just not that noticeable to me. You can get around it more easily, and that is something significant and relevant. I just wants to get invited to the Nerd Table and Tina DLC, and that asshole Lilith gatekeeps him. Yeah. Man, fuck Lilith. BL2 loses me once I get to UVHM, basically requiring slag weapons annoys me. UVHM was just not balanced well ever at any point. It was better than OP levels, but like I think TVHM balancing was like the peak of that game. Or enjoyment for the most people. Or 75% of the time I pop in, I hear Lilith hate. Trust me, I'm here for it. It's just, she's such a trash can of a human being. She's just the worst. Gatekeeping is cringe. Remember how cool it is when she says sup? All my homies hate Lilith. Think about this for quite a while, because on paper I should love BO3, but I just don't. And emotions are complex like that. Like, if there's some key thing missing for you that's stopping you from getting attached to it, then that's not something you can force. In some cases, that's something that you can solve by, like, giving it multiple chances. Like, one of my favorite game franchises of all time, the Dragon Age series. I had to try Dragon Age Origins 3 times to actually get grabbed by it. If I hadn't tried it for that 3rd time, I might have never gotten into it, and it's been this really, really big thing that I've enjoyed as a gamer in my gaming career. But that is not me saying, hey, just force yourself to play more BL3 if you don't like it. No, that's not where I'm going at all. The point is, like, sometimes you're just not in the right base, and sometimes you never get there to enjoy a thing that, under other circumstances, you otherwise would. And it could be hard to identify what's causing that. Running tubbies for comms sucks, especially pre-draft. Yeah. Loot acquisition in that game. Give me 3 separate tries of Dark Souls 1 to love the Souls games. There you go. Another good example. I'm watching people play it a lot more than I like playing it myself. I'm like that with some games as well. For example, I absolutely dislike playing Dead by Daylight. I played it a little bit when it first came out and was like, I see why this is an appealing thing, but this gameplay format is just not for me. But I like watching Dead by Daylight streams. Like, one of the channels I've been subbed to the longest on the platform is just a Dead by Daylight streamer that I happen to start watching, like, in the BL3 days. And I've just been subbed ever since. Because I enjoy popping in and just vibing. It's fun to watch. There's some games that I love to watch but would never play. That's one of them. I guess BL2 is kind of the same. Like, I watch some people play BL2. But it's not a game that I will ever boot without a massive pile of mods. And even then, most it can hold me is like a week. Because it's not what I'm after. A Rack Commander. It's actually a really good Rack Commander. Not for Nova stuff, but if I was doing gun stuff with Rack Commander, it's good. Underrated class mod, seriously. I'm not trolling when I tell you this class mod's good. Just get slept on.
You can see yourself out, I'm sure. You've got enemies.
I can switch back to the all-in now.
Wanna play?
long battle.
Ow. I wasn't expecting you to be there. Sure. Guess I'll just do that so you don't blow up on me. Anyways, play through the Kingdom. Unfortunately, I don't have money for it right now. I never got into Zelda, but I'm really glad that it's a good game that Zelda fans are vibing with. You guys don't get releases too often, so seeing them be of quality is good. I'm all for my fellow gamers enjoying a thing, even if it's not for me personally. Normalize rooting for stuff that is not for you to do well. Not everything is for you. Zelda's not for me, but I still want it to be good.
Deathbringer is also my middle name.
Yeah, I think the next thing we grab after... Hey, newbie. You chaotic evil fuck. How are you? I think the next thing I go for is Conductor, because that'll boost the Emperor's Blaze once I have it. Be a bonus element on it. And getting one with enough borrowed time and a point in good misfortune would mean that I could actually have Digi-Clone or Sentinel out long term. Maybe they should be sending death threats about a 7 out of 10. Yeah, it's... Maybe just death threats are never okay. Even if you release just a steaming pile of garbage like Redfall, that's still something that a bunch of people put their lives into. And I'm sure at least some of the people involved did their best. And even if they fucking didn't, you don't threaten death. Like, you don't threaten people. You just don't do that. There are no circumstances where anyone who isn't just actual piece of shit morally, like, you don't do that. You not being satisfied with a product doesn't mean you get to kill somebody. Like, this isn't fucking gladiatorial combat. It's an entertainment industry.
Not but a bushel of manky gits. Itching for a fight.
Don't tell Twitter that. I could tell Twitter that, and because I don't pay $8 a month to the fucking racist man-child, no one will see it, so I could tell Twitter that. No one will see.
And you're dead. Fancy that.
This dot is gonna kill me, so I need to... Where's stopgap? Go. It's not real gladiatorial combat, so I've been solving all my disputes. Giga Shad. Oh, hello. Okay. Anyway. Lucian's Call and a Stagecoach in here. 12 though? Sad. And 7 out of 10 review. The way I interpreted what you're saying is like, a game is about a 7 out of 10 quality and people send death threats over it. Was that not what you meant? Am I missing some context here? You guys remember when Gearbox got death threats for delaying DLC 6 because a storm was absolutely fucking the state that they're based in? They like couldn't live in their homes at the time. It was fun. Or a reviewer got death threats over a 7 out of 10 review. Unhinged. Once again, like, it applies there too. I don't always like game journalist takes either. But, like, you don't threaten people. You just don't. Even if someone has a shit take, you tell them they have a shit take and you move on. Or you just shut the fuck up and consume stuff you like. 7 out of 10 isn't that bad. Yeah, like, I think people overscore games, if that makes sense. Like, everything being a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. If you give 10 out of 10 to any game that's competent with no obvious flaws, then how do you differentiate between that and something that's truly one of a kind and outstanding? You can't anymore. All these reviews of like, you know, this game is 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. No, it's fucking not. It's like a 7, you're just having fun. Most of the games I like aren't, you know, a 10 or anything. The only one I would say that I really vibe with that I think is a 10 out of 10 game is Hades. Because I think that game truly does everything well. And most games don't do that. Like, I'd say 7 out of 10 review is, like, not scathing, it's just probably pretty honest. But of course I'd have to read the review to understand the room on this one.
I call this a successful operation.
Shit. It's God of War out of 10. 1 or 2 games a year should be 10, to be honest. I don't think there should be a quota at all. I think a game should actually have to earn it to be called a 10 out of 10. As much as I love God of War Ragnarok, I enjoyed that game a lot. It's like an 8. Like, normalize not giving games big number. It's fine. It doesn't mean it's a bad game or anything. Just, not everything can be a 10. Five is average, 7 out of 10 is pretty decent. Yeah, exactly. Because you don't see, like, 3s and 4s and shit. Like, people use 5 as the floor too often. You ever notice that? And, like, nothing is a 1 unless you can't fucking play it at all. Even, like, the worst games you can think of. They're, like, 2s, they're 3s. Guess not giving big numbers gets you labeled a hater. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely true that in the gaming space, there's a lot of people who don't know how to give critique, and they do just end up hating on shit. But, like, giving a 7 out of 10 review, as long as you provide some sort of substantive take on why you're doing that and what your metric of what each point would be, is like, decent, and, like, I don't see a problem. Like, I'll give an example. There's two kinds of Wonderlands critique when that game was the newest thing that people were discussing. There are people who pointed out actual flaws with the content design and shortcomings and missed opportunities, and who gave thoughtful criticism, colored by their personal preference, and did so constructively. And then there are people who just did the hateful circle jerk shit. There are two approaches to it. There are people who invented problems so that they would have shit to talk about, and so that they'd have other people to hate on shit with them. Like, it's cringe. People love to hate on things. They will invent reasons to hate on things. But then, you know, like I said, there's valid criticism. Once again, I want to point out that even games I love, most of them are not above, like, 8 out of 10. I think most people equate the 7-point scale to grades, so 7 out of 10 is a C. That doesn't make sense, though, because that's a whole, like... If you go with the grade, the letter-based grade scale, then, like... Are there a bunch of things below F? At that point? Like, if 7 out of 10 is a C, that would make, like, 5 and 6 a D, and then below that is F, but, like, a 4 is very different to a 1, and you don't see even 4s given very often. You don't see people give anything below 5, so it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Different levels of F? Well, at that point, you're not using the scale correctly then, right? A, B, C, D, F. That's 5 letters. 10-point scale. You'd think you could assign 2 values to each of them, but no, they just crunch them all into the first 4 numbers? I guess first 5 technically, but, like, I don't get that. Not disagreeing, I just see 7 out of 10, I think 70%, which is a C. Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I don't think you're wrong. It's just, it's, like... doesn't make sense to me. Ember's Blaze. Grab our pocket full. I need more money, so... we're gonna find something, a money grenade. Red Dead 2 is a great game. I'd give it 10 on a good day. That's fair. 5 out of 10 is the average of the scale. I think the average score given out is typically a bit higher than that, so people see averages skewed. Right. Through here? Yes.
No refunds.
Rat Hunter Seeker. It's just no additional parts, so I'll leave it there. I don't have backpack space for that shit anyway. Probably should not have qualified with most people. I get what you mean. People, in your experience, in a quantity large enough to be seen as a trend, yeah, you can shorten that the most. I get what you mean, Jedi Monkey. You're fine.
Ah, the Strip. It's the closest you'll ever come to greatness, which is me. Don't forget to spend.
want a conductor. We'll probably start doing digiclone and grenade once I have that conductor. No game should ever be a 10 out of 10. This implies it can't get better than that. To me, I mean, that's a valid way of looking at it. To me, I'd say the rare 10 makes sense with a game that truly does everything it sets out to do exceptionally well. And, like, I struggle to even imagine what it could do better other than there being more of the game. But, like, to me, Hades fits that bill. It's a 10 out of 10 game. It's got a beautiful art style, great voice acting, great music, good content design, great replayability, great story. Like, I can't think of anything Hades does poorly. It does everything it sets out to do and does it well. So I give that a 10.
Bravo, Shari, bravo! All things wish to
Ferrari's an 11 out of 10, won't hear otherwise. Minecraft's the only game good at 10 too. I've only played a little bit of Minecraft, I've never played Terraria, so I have no real opinion there. I hate this philosophy because I saw that job evaluations of retail going to get 5 out of 5 in the reviews. Yeah, and that is a carrot and stick thing where the carrot doesn't actually exist. Oh. It's logical, but I don't like that either, really. We'll unlock Impound Deluxe, and then we'll leave the jackpot. Real thing that happened to me in Discord server. Thought anime was 6 out of 10. Random weeb sends slurs in DM. Wow. Yeah, people will do a lot of dumb shit through the anonymity of a screen. I mean, a lot of people are emboldened to do it, even without that anonymity. But some people will only do it through a screen. Sanctuary. Making progress. We got the Ember's Blaze, we got the All-In, which are going to be items are going to be useful throughout. All-In is something I'm probably going to start equipping for farms later on. Just because drop rate increase, more world drops. Ember's Blaze will be good in the short term. It'll fall off quickly as we level, but it'll particularly be good for the Pandora stuff we're about to do. A lot of flesh enemies that will be like in close proximity to, so it's free damage.
Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to
I didn't get a C in debt, which is unfortunate. Let's hit vendors. And then I think we'll continue main story a little bit. Get some use out of this blaze before it gets out leveled.
You've got enemies and
I also want to take down the next like story boss before my fastball gets too out leveled. Projected stopgap. Ugh. Do we need anything from Krieg DLC? We don't get anything out of Hustler. What other stuff is even there? Plus Ultra, Multi-Star. Yeah, we don't need anything from Krieg DLC. So, Krieg and Bounty of Blood we don't need to touch at all. I don't need to do Mesmer quest yet. I don't need to grab a Mesmer early on Zane because, like, duct tape mod. As long as I'm not using bonus elements that can dot me, it's fine. And even if I am Zane, I can just heal through it. Okay, yeah, let's continue main story. Favorite OST of any game? Probably Borderlands 3. Probably Borderlands 3. But, like, there's a few others that are super standouts for me as well. I've had some time. Any thoughts on where you'll use the wildcard farm? Probably will be for... Like, now would sort of be the time. I'm kind of worried about my damage into Agonizer. I had sort of loosely planned on the whole time using it on the fastball, just to make sure I could have a good, reliable damage dealing option. But I'm honestly starting to lean towards doing it for a class mod farm. Like, I'm also gonna be cheeky about it and maybe try to do it on an enemy where I'll get some advantageous world drops during the farm as well. But yeah, I'm still undecided. Hades OST, yeah, that's another really good one. It's in terms of game OSTs that I really vibe with, it's BL3, Hades, Dark Souls 3, specifically 3, Nier Automata, Risk of Rain 2. Those are the big standouts to me. Yeah, I've heard Outer Wilds tracks and I really like them. I've still not played the game. I still know nothing about the game. This is Embers doing some chip damage. Now getting an ASE 50 on my grenade would be good. Getting Conductor would also be good. Mega Man 10 with that classic Super Nintendo sound. Why did I say Super Nintendo? My brain broke for a second. Ignore that. Transistor, another Supergiant banger. I still only played one Supergiant game. I gotta change that.
End of the road for you.
Derek is amazing. Yeah, for sure. Super talented dude. Persona soundtracks always at hard IMO. They give each game their identity. That's a sign of a good OST. Terraria, Minecraft, and Skyrim are three big ones that come to mind. Just really iconic and nostalgic soundtracks. Skyrim definitely manages iconic and nostalgic for me. It's just like, it's not stuff that I actually go out of my way to listen to, which is one of my criteria for this. Like, I actively have the OSTs of the games that I listed, that being BL3, Hades, Risk of Rain 2, Dark Souls 3, Nier Automata. I have those in my regular music playlists. Like, not a video game OST only thing, although I do have one of those. Just, like, they're in my playlist. It's good music. I also have a couple BL2 tracks from some other games, too. Those are the ones where I have, like, large chunks of the OST. Stored all my cope for today, or I'll summon Hades 2 Shadow Drop at Summer Game Fest. Oh yeah, Summer Game Fest is in 2 hours. Hopefully we get, like, some release dates for some of the stuff that's supposed to come out this year. Remnant 2 release date. 80s 2 release date. Any of the OG Nerd music pop up at radio play? No, not as of yet. Another great game soundtrack is Starbound. I'm not familiar. Shame the actual game doesn't quite live up to the quality of the soundtrack. I don't remember ever hearing of that. Waiting Elden Ring DLC release date. I fully expect that won't be until, like, deep into next year. I mean, people thought Elden Ring DLC was cope for a long time, right? Because for years, people were coping about Sekiro DLC, and then they were coping about Bloodborne Remake, and then they were coping about Elden Ring DLC, but then that one actually got announced. I was tempted fate on that one. I wanted the adrenaline. I've died doing that. Get Final Fantasy on my radio all the time without having played the games. I haven't played Final Fantasy either. I grew up playing the Final Fantasy games, the soundtracks of a high bar to meet. I mean, like, I guess One Wing and Angel pops up sometimes, because that's, you know, popular Final Fantasy. That's something. That's Fire Hunter Seeker. That might be our Tyrene killer.
Still got it.
Nova Burner. With Infiltrator, this could go hard. I'll buy it. A little bit of Borderlands enemy jumps off a cliff and I get the quest item. Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? Buy it the millisecond it's available. There is a lot of hype for Elden Ring DLC for sure.
Now that's how you drive.
Change grenades. I should use this Hunter Seeker, honestly. Do you need Executor with this? No. Use it anyway. That's Kevin. Hello. Cat. What are you catting about? Starbound's a 2D sandbox game. 2B. Freudian. Think Terraria in space with focus on exploration over combat. It's on that infinite RNG universe shit, so it does have a lot of content to explore. It gets stale after a while. Okay. Sandbox games don't really hold me for that long. I like games with combat systems that have sandboxes more than I like sandbox games, if that makes sense. It's over here. I just wanted to explore that section of the map briefly. I need a car. Need a horse. Surprised the MC didn't come with the OSC talk. Too many to remember. Yeah, no, DMC, absolutely. DMC 5 in particular. DMC 3, 4, and 5 have absolute heat soundtracks. There's some good ones in 1. We don't talk about 2. But yeah, Devil May Cry music. Of course, Doom Eternal. Those are givens. Yo, could we get Devil May Cry 6, Capcom, please? I've been good. Please. Pretty please. You know, it's been 4 years since DMC5. That's all I'm saying. Like, sure, the gap between Devil May Cry 4 and 5 was technically 12 years, but like we had the attempted reboot in the midpoint there, which was what, 2013, 2014?
Ferocity's my middle name. Zane Ferocity Flint. Both thieves are garbage!
It's Capcom Showcase every year, waiting for new Ace Attorney. It never happens, so fuck. All the stuff people want from Capcom Showcase, it's hilarious. People want, like, new Devil May Cry game. They want, Resident Evil 1 or Code Veronica remake announcement. And it's just like, instead, Exoprimal, whatever that shit is. And then, like, they announced the stuff that people already knew they were gonna announce, like RE4. Capcom killing it, no reason to not to want them doing everything. Capcom's had a really solid couple years. I mean, Street Fighter 6 has been successful. The Resident Evil 4 remake has been successful. Devil May Cry 5 was successful. Even something that a fandom would interpret as a miss, like Resident Evil 3 remake. It was not a miss commercially, and it wasn't a miss from, like, quality of game. It was just low content volume. More of a miss to the fandom itself. Basically, Capcom's had, like, consistent bangers for the most part for, like, the last 4 years. Kinda wild, honestly. Where's my Dino Crisis remake reboot? Ah, yeah, that's another big ask. Yeah. Dragon's Dogma 2? Yeah, that's coming. Devil May Cry 5, you mean Dante May Cavalier? So true, bestie. Cavalier is the coolest weapon in gaming, and I will not be accepting arguments. That's a lie, I will be accepting arguments. Coolest weapon in all of gaming, in your own personal experience, go. For me, it's Cavalier in DMC5. For anyone who doesn't know what Cavalier is, it's a fucking motorcycle that you split in half, and then you use as dual chainsaws. It's so fucking cool.
I'm the fake! I'm the fake! A sacrifice around! I recommend the flank steak!
My video game experience, probably the Super Shotgun from Doom. Only satisfying.
Don't say I never gave you nothing.
Gotta charge me damn cannon! I'm trying.
I'm surprised Clone's doing this kind of damage without double barrel.
Die, false thief!
Good dot. What the fuck? What is this? Okay. Cool. Well, card time. Maybe I don't have to kill him again. A bicycle I pick up with Yakuza that obliterate my enemies with. A Ratchet and Clank Rhina. Heavy bolt gun from Warhammer 40k. Dubstep gun Saints Row. Ah, my game crashed. The most Borderlands clip of all time. Kill enemy, quest item, fall through floor, game crash. During load screen. You're a Borderlands weapon driver, probably has to be the Flood. For me, it would be Breath of the Dying, most likely. Big fan of the KRM and Argus for BO3, super satisfying. Those are satisfying guns. Rise Surpass Butcher. Love the Butcher. It's really up there in terms of satisfaction and stuff, but like it doesn't scratch the you can do really, really dumb shit through min-maxing itch that I've cultivated for years. Like Breath of the Dying is one of those guns that because of its effect, it's able to hang with non-guns when used optimally, and that's cool. Butcher, at the end of the day, is still just a gun. Crossblade, my favorite lands weapon, based. Betsy, Pimpernel, Soul Render, BL1 Soul Render. Oh no, yeah, for BL1, 2, and 3. I was like, Soul Render's an item in BL1? That's news to me, but no, that makes sense. Okay, Bessie, BL1, Pimpernel, and 2, Soul Render, 3. Soul Render's sick, yeah. Bessie's cool. Pimpernel is, I wish it wasn't so abused. But like it's cool that it has its own gameplay loop around it. Yeah, good picks, Vocal. Good picks. Yeah, I like those choices. For me, my favorite BL2 weapon is Leadstorm. That's an easy pick. I love that gun. Something about the way the Leadstorm works is just addictive to me. I really love that gun. Twister's a good pick too, yeah. Hookshot's a very cool weapon for multiple video games. Yeah. Not sure what my answer is, but he's throwing knives at Cyberpunk last night. I had a blast doing it. Yeah, Ken, throwing knives were like ass in that game, and then they buffed them, and now they're so broken. Not sure if any of these beat a motorbike splits into double chainsaw. That's what I'm saying. Where the fuck am I? Okay.
Yoo-hoo! Ball job! Your presence exalts the
Where's the meter? The gold car's up on that crane. You'll have to get it down before you can drive that shaggin' wagon to the festival.
Shaggin' wagon sounds like a euphemism for ass.
Come on in and drive it to the festival gate. Enjoy the murder circus, y'all.
Blades of Chaos from God of War. Blades of Chaos do hit
I hope
different.
you're making progress on my rescue. I can hear saw blades beginning to spin up. I wonder what RPM would be needed to turn human blood into an aerosol on impact. I will keep you updated.
I'm not gonna kill that spider ant. We have no need of a hive. Guess she drops a transformer, but like if I want that later. Or is that a different spider ant? No, it's not Tarantella. It's an Antoinette for the transformer. Really? Fucking hate vehicle sections. Like, almost died to that shit. I just want to get through this. I don't want to actually do the vehicles. Ugh.
Submit your death ride for wow! That is one pimp-ass ride! Park that thing on my tongue!
Art, my dude. Okay.
Gimme, yeah! You are chosen! Prepare for your glory in Carnivora!
Okay. Is there a BL3 build spawns a ton of messy breakup drones, hunter seekers? Yes. That is my flak build. No you. The way I did the gunless flak setup, it's basically no you without a gun. It's basically just that build without the gun. And it works. My butt sound booster's gone. Do I care about any of the drops here? I mean, I should have it.
Cannons dry!
I'll play without it. I don't feel like detouring. I was gonna use my clone for a thing, but he expired. Black Belt Auto Zane. I mean, you can do it on Zane. It's just, once again, Flak is the character with global damage formula. It lets you just boost everything. Zane doesn't have anything that benefits Messy Breakup at all in Tree. Best you can do is give him crit boosts to boost the certain bonus elements you put on it. Or you can get global bonus element from Trick of the Light. Or Hunter Seeker, same thing. The bullets can crit, so yeah, you can get crit bonuses, and if you use a cryo one, you get the cryo boost from Executor. Bullets can technically eraser, so there's that too, but minimal support. Very minimal. One of those things Zane can do, but does he do those things better than other characters? No. Black is the one that has formula support.
Open your bloody eyes!
Wait. Am I using a Shock Raider right now? No. I could use a Shock Raider and then, yeah, like that. Because Shock Raider gives the binary system augment. It's not something I've ever taken advantage of before. I could do that now. Ooh, a Knife Drain. It's not hugely useful, but that's not useful either. Before this run started, you have to decide whether clone counts as using a gun. It's one of the things we discussed. Like, he is shooting bullets, but he's not me, and I'm not giving him a gun. so it's fine. It's 2 goodness fortune, that's 1. You could drop that. Forget, does 100 see your gun damage? No. If it did, it would be insanely broken, and it's already top tier. Simply it dealing bullet damage is enough to make it top tier. And Hunter Seeker has been buffed, I want to say 3 individual times over the game's life, and then it also got the benefit of 2 global grenade buffs, so 5 total buffs for the Hunter Seeker. That level was clutch. I was actually in trouble for a couple frames there. What's Zane's favorite Beyonce song? I think it's pretty basic. It's gotta be the single ladies one. I think Zane is pretty basic. Gotten 2 buffs. They did one very early in the game. And then they did one like 2020, 2021. And then I thought there was a third one. But could be a poor memory. Because there was the global grenade buff where they buffed every grenade. That's in the global category. There's when they gave mayhem levels to grenades, which is not something they needed to do, but they did it. So yeah, maybe 4 total instead of 5. With partition, I can hear Brick singing Single Ladies. October 17th, 2019, and October 15th, 2020. At least that's what Loot Lemon says. Yeah, not all buffs are included on Loot Lemon, but those 2 are absolutely accurate. Those are the ones I was thinking of for individual buffs. In terms of global grenade stuff, I can think of 2. So yeah, 4 rather than 5. It's amusing that Hunter Seeker and Reflux are very core flak items, and they've each gotten a total of 4 buffs. Some of them direct, some indirect. And neither of them ever really needed buffs. You think of Talking Gun shields like the Messy Breakup, Handsome Jackhammer, and TDRS? I think they're cool. Not opposed to their inclusion or anything. I think the sellout is fun. Jackhammer is an easy way to do nostalgia. TDR is like the haha funny meme shit. Typical Borderlands brand of humor as defined by Borderlands 2, where they take a joke that's already a couple years out of date by the time the game ships and run with it. With the TDR saying yeet. So, you know, par for the course. Still enjoyable. I go through there, or I go through here. I never remember how to get to this particular tower.
I've spent plenty of time around bandits, and trust me, you don't want to hear anything they have to
About the
say.
Bane. The entire point of the Bane is to be annoying, and it is annoying, so mission accomplished. your once per playthrough reminder that the boss music that plays during the Hemoboros fight is supposed to play during this section, but instead no music plays. That's a weapon that screams you when you shoot it. Yeah, and when you reload. And it slows down your movement speed to basically nothing. It has a ton of screen shake. It's just designed to be the most annoying gun. They probably didn't think people would latch onto it as hard as they did. It became like a cult following sort of item. It's weird. There's some people whose entire personality is... Have you heard about the Bane? Hey, guess what I did with the Bane? I was using 2 copies of the Bane on Salvador. Have you done a Bane challenge run? Yo, you should use the Bane. Streamer, use the Bane. There's a bunch of people like that. Fucking hate vehicle sections. Drink every time I say that. Annoying people make annoying on their personality. True. Imagine it. Salvador karaoke with 0. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Vehicle sections are so painful doing TVHM mayhem. I mean, they're painful in normal mode too. Where's that guy going? I don't know, man. He doesn't like the vehicle sections either. Liver failure, real. Yeah, I'm keeping my requests and expectations for Borderlands 4 for the things that I absolutely need. Like the tier of you better fucking have this or I'm gonna be angry. That's reserved for a functional UI, and if you're gonna do this dumb vehicle shit, make it minimal. I don't like this. This isn't fun. Like, I'm in a giant fucking map that is only this large to support this one set piece of this thing that doesn't fight back going in circles, while I shoot it for fucking ever, and then deal with terrible AI that runs away from me for no reason other than to pad out the section. Like, it's shit. This entire section of this mission is just awful. As is every vehicle section. It's not fun. Realize you want to be Mad Max. You're not Mad Max. Don't do it. It sucks. And then with balancing, as Wuxi said, it just gets worse. If you're doing it on higher difficulties or subsequent playthroughs. I just hope it doesn't go always online. That too. That goes in that category, you know, of must-have things. Like, I'll still play it, but I will absolutely not be happy. I'll still attempt to play it, but you guys know my ISP sucks ass, so. Such a major pain. It's actively hamstringing my enjoyment of that game, along with the other issues I was ranting about earlier. Hold on, it's gonna be a long ride. Yeah, prophetic lyrics for sure. Got an OPQ. Last stand D. Hot drop. Ooh, a hot drop. That's big. That's real big. We're past the point where text spread is particularly useful, but it has splash radius, so I still can't get rid of that. Well, I could, but I'm a hoarder. Let me get rid of that shock raider. It's the one without a hitmon. So we lose the splash damage passive from equipping this hot drop, and that's unfortunate. But we now have a way of dealing damage with our artifact slot, and that's huge. Say what you will about Randy, the man's directly responsible for reveal for not having blue boxes or battle royale. Yeah, Randy really doesn't like the idea of microtransactions. He's very, very vocal about that. This is something Stone Swan and I have both talked about on our streams a lot, but like benign microtransactions, like just pure cosmetic stuff that is not in a loot box format and is reasonably priced, it is actually good for games, because they can funnel that money, ideally at least, into more content. Like, microtransactions are not inherently a bad thing. It's become a dirty word largely because of what companies like EA have done with it. But it's not inherently bad. Like, and it's hard to check that bias. Like, I had that reaction with Diablo 4 has microtransactions. It's got a very annoyingly pushed in-game shop for cosmetics. Currently, it's just cosmetics, so no pay-to-win anything in there, and it doesn't hurt the game by being there. There's no loot boxes either. Like, in its current form, it's fine. I still knee-jerk, I'm like, I don't like that this is here, but currently it's not harming anything. Hot drop saved my life. You love to see it. Now we're at our real gameplay, chat, where we ground slam all the things. Stop calling them microtransactions, though. There's nothing micro about those prices. Fair point, Vocal. Fair point. Yeah, microtransactions is like, hey, do you want to pay $1 for a skin? Like, okay, sure, cool. But then it's like, hey, do you want to pay $25 for a weapon skin? Not like a skin pack for every slot. It's like, hey, oh, okay. Totally okay with paying $10 for, or 10 pounds, euros, whatever currency, for some cosmetics whenever a new Deep Rock Galactic season comes out. That's 20, it gets a new season every 6 months. Yeah, it's definitely different from $24 or $30 for one skin. Like, it'd be more like, you know, the way that kind of model works, or even the D4 model, rather than being like the Overwatch model. Never go full Overwatch. Don't do it. That's not how good the weapon skin is. Full disclosure, I have spent too much money on weapon skins in Black Ops 4 and in Cold War. Too much. The skins are too saucy. I spent too much money. Not okay. Don't have self-control. I need them to not do that. Like, no. Thank you, Hot Drop. So good. Once I have Conductor, this will be crazy. Wanna waste money, buy the Golem DLCs. Dude, I can't believe that the DLCs for that are still, like... It's crazy. My son's made Fortnite the most expensive free game I've ever owned. The Fortnite model kind of works, though, because, like... They make a ton of money, and it's not the loot box shit. Not particularly predatory. Or it's designed as a funnel to really get you to want those things, but that inherently isn't like... Talk about having bad self-control. I used to play Genshin Impact. I used to play Black Desert, and this was years ago when they still had online on the name. But just painting a picture, that is a pay-to-win, PvP-focused Korean MMO. I could have bought a car with the money I spent on that game over the years. I could have bought a car. It'd be a shitty car, but a car. Hi, Kevin. I grew up poor, was paying money for cosmetic items to give you gameplay advantages is absurd to me. I'm something of a fashionista. So, yeah. It's not like a goofy character like Bugs Bunny or something's a character from previous games. I need to pay for characters in the last 5 games. Ah, the Soul Calibur thing? Games have gone to shit. Street Fighter 6 has been well received. And Dragon Ball FighterZ has been doing well. Fighting game scene seems okay. I mean, that's 2 games, but... Can't look good doing it, what's the point? Exactly. It was better to look good than feel good. Call paying for convenience ethical. But like, here's the thing. Is it unethical? Because if it's just providing a shortcut for people who have disposable income without providing them an inherent, like, massive advantage, if it's something that's reasonably obtained, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because that can support the game and go back to more content for the game. Some people do have disposable income that they want to spend on their games. As long as it's not predatory, I don't think it's unethical. I wouldn't call it, you know, like, an olive branch or anything, but that's my 2 cents anyway. Maybe we go Revolter. Boost hot drop. I go Infiltrator here? No. No, my Revolter's low level enough that they should break it fast. I don't really have a grenade for this. I guess I have this very outdated Merv Hex. An Executor. Yeah, okay. Still a ton of incentive to pay for the microtransactions outside of looking cool. Yeah, that's not something you can really argue with. Gacha games are definitely predatory. Borderline gambling. Oh yeah, gacha games are absolutely predatory. Like, there's a fine line between pay for convenience and pay to avoid inconvenience. Like, Raid Shadow Legends is a gacha game, and it's an example of something where you technically can do everything without paying. It's just they make it fucking actively awful if you don't pay a lot. So there are games that, you know, don't go that hard on it. The gacha games are pretty notorious for full sending. It's just a satisfying thing to look at, Triple Raider. Let's see how this goes.
Witness the Agonizer 9000!
Hot drop hit.
Our boat thief is on fire! Or at least they're about to be.
Oh, that one shot's clone. Okay.
Here's a fan favorite, a big giant knife!
A good cooldown, at least. Even without commitment, just good cooldown.
Come on!
Yeah, the crit from Executor Mantis is just so valuable. That health regen is not strong enough to get me through that. Alright, Agonizer can steal kills. I need this Tink to run up to me. And I need Agonizer to not punch. Pretty good.
Here, right there! Get him!
Let me see your
Having these crit spots for Mantis damage is pretty good.
Time for a quick commercial break. Our ammunition sponsor today
Hey, Red Alert, how are you?
is Marcus Munitions. I got some copy to read here. Cult wackos get stuff. Hey pal, I'll take your money, but that's just unprofessional.
Let me smell you.
Executor offset the damage penalty from using Coulter Shoulder. I mean, they're different things. But generally, yes, because Executor gives you 2 very beneficial damaging stats. Well, technically 3 as well. I tried Borderlands a week ago, never thought I'd say this for a Borderlands game to really enjoy it. Well, it's not a Borderlands game. That's the thing. That is the key thing. And part of why it's good to acknowledge that it isn't a Borderlands game is because they intentionally made some creative decisions that are not in line with what they've done with Borderlands titles. And they wouldn't have been so forceful about distancing it from Borderlands if they didn't want it to be seen as a separate thing. So it's okay. You can still say you like Borderlands games, even if Borderlands didn't hit for you, because it's not the same thing. And I say that as someone who does like Borderlands. It's definitely experimental. Hey, Honey Bunny. How are you? Like, for me, the best way to describe Wonderlands is it's very laser focused in who it's for. And if you're not in that very specific target audience, it's just not going to hold you.
I don't care. Just do it.
It's good for either the people who do one playthrough of a thing and never touch it again, or the people who are like me and sit there staring at skill trees for hours at a time. There's no in between.
Eat your radio, vault thief.
Am I right? Glad to hear. I like killing these guys with as much overkill as possible. Where's your head? There it is. Kind of confused that a different Discord explains it. Yeah, it is. You know, for all people will reject it, be like, but it's very similar. No, it is legally its own IP. It is not a Borderlands title. It's its own thing. Like, you don't have to like it, but it is. Some people got really weird about that whole thing. It's like, no, it's Borderlands. Well, I mean, if the developers, publishers, the literal name of the intellectual property, the game itself, the different creative choices, those don't tell you it's something different, then I don't know, man. But some of these boss health bars not scale with Mayhem, Agonizing Gao Jr. I don't know. Game development hard. I don't have a technical answer for that. But it is a few things. There's a better form of microtransactions than typical Korean MMO, but to call it the most ethical form of microtransactions is another thing. Yeah, I think we all get what is being said here. It's not as bad, and I wouldn't call it anti-player in the same way as I would call some of the microtransaction heavy things I've played. Or actively anti-player. It's possible to do microtransactions in a way that still is kind of like, you give it the side eye, but it's not that bubbling cesspool of
That's all I got.
the shittiest form of consumerism, you know?
More storage? Always a good thing.
And that's bloated $60 BL3 DLC with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. I'm gonna keep throwing money at Gearbox till they learn a lesson. That sentence gave me some whiplash. I feel like that's a couple different flavors of bad take bro just kind of fused together. I respect the pasta Irish. That was inspired. Boom Enhance would really help out Digiclone. I don't know if I want to consume grenades, so I think maybe we hold off on that. Is it time to start investing in Purple Tree, or do we want to get Death Follows Close? Kinda want Death Follows Close more. That's more speed from Violent Speeds, more duration on that. Stronger Good Misfortune. Stronger healing from Donnybrook. Stronger grenade regen from Pocketful of Nades. Better Fractal Frags chance. Like, it just seems like the play. Don't need Purple Tree as much because it's just improvements to stuff I already have going on. I think we do go for this. Unfortunately, this means I'm going to need to spend some dead points. Not really vibing with that. I guess maybe I do just continue with this tree for now. Okay. No matter what way and shape you try it, nothing in a video game should have a 0.01% drop chance. Some people like going for that, but the thing is, in my opinion, stuff with that level of rarity should be purely trophy stuff. Like, it should be a cosmetic or a shit you hang on a wall somewhere. Shouldn't be like, hey, this roll of this item that has this different function is this rare. No, I think that's shit. It should be purely cosmetic. That's why my inventory's bloated. Fucking Road Warrior. Put away my swole grenade. Oh, my bank's full. I can't put away my swole grenade. Alright, we'll get rid of that ringleader. I don't need this AC-50 shield for a while, I don't think. Until I get a conductor, I'm keeping that rabble rouser. Old Warrior, I mean, the crit and the Trick of the Light Point are really appealing, but I don't think I'll use it. All those things. Still retains a lot of gameplay similarities to the previous games. Blame mostly myself, so I should research a bit more. It's time to pull the trigger. That's why it's referred to under the umbrella of Lands games. Red Alert. It of course has similarities, but it's its own beast. The point of comparison I like to use for that the most is, and sorry being late responding to your message, the point of comparison that I like is FromSoft games, where they're known primarily for doing the Souls games, and people lump in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring are considered like the Souls games, even though, well, that's 3 different intellectual properties. But the odd one out that gets left out here is Sekiro, which, and no, not Sekiro. Sekiro is not included in that. I'm getting there, Lizzie. Sekiro has some core similarities, but it is fundamentally different in some areas of the gameplay formula. So it's very much not a Souls game. It is a part of the Souls-like genre, but it is not a Souls game. But it's by the same developer. Obviously, it's aimed at the same target audience, but it's not the same thing. Like saying Sekiro and Dark Souls are the same franchise is like, no. Now, of course, you have the thing with Borderlands and Wonderlands, where they took a character from Borderlands and gave her her own game, and it's its own IP. They're connected in that way, but it still doesn't mean it's the same franchise. And for that, I like to point out Nier and Drakengard. Nier and Drakengard take place in the same universe. One of the Drakengard endings, Drakengard 3, I think, is the world that goes on to be the world of the Nier games. They're not the same IP. They're connected, they're not the same IP. And that matters, because being a different IP means going in with different expectations. There's different creative choices being made. Seen plenty of people lump Sekiro to the Soulsborne category, even though they all play quite differently. In terms of purists, I know the purists don't. Some people will go all Souls games, but Soulsborne, think about the name Soulsborne as well. They had to tack on a different naming convention to include Bloodborne, and Bloodborne is functionally identical to Dark Souls with very minor formula changes that they could have just not named the thing differently. Like, if they changed all the blood to not be blood, it could have just believably been a Dark Souls game. Like, Dark Souls 2 is as different to Dark Souls 1 as Bloodborne is to Dark Souls 1. They're kind of the same distance apart from the game, but one of them is its own IP. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I said Nier or Neo? I said Nier. Elden Ring is a spin on Dark Souls, more of a Breath of the Wild approach. Yeah, it's Dark Souls on a bigger scale, but fundamentally the formula is still very much Dark Souls. It doesn't vary the core traits as much as, say, Sekiro does. Elden Ring plays more like Dark Souls than Sekiro plays like Dark Souls, so it gets lumped into the Soulsborne area, even though they're all collectively Souls games, because they have those same traits. Like, the Star Wars games, Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, they're, in terms of game genre, they're Souls-likes. Neo, Wo Long, Souls-likes. It doesn't make them Souls games, but it's like the genre. And obviously they're by a different developer, so they get kind of excluded by default by a lot of people, but that's the genre there.
This is just for the crack. Real. I am
Hot drop going crazy. Same time as mod drop chance booster only increases from 3 to 3.75. Still bullshit, or only slightly less so. Here's the thing with that. I'm inclined to agree with Lizzie on this part, Snow, because that is a huge increase proportionally. Like going from 3 to 3.75 is an astronomical increase in your overall chances. In terms of comparing it to 100%, you know, surface level, it's not, but like that's not how probability works.
Anytime you need a ride.
Look back! No gravity!
Talking with a friend last night about this topic. Slowly, I'm getting a bit more tired with games of absurd drop rate chances, like one piece of loot I may not use for Borderlands. There's dedicated farms unlike Warframe. Dedicated farming systems come with their own problems, their own set of problems. I firmly believe that dedicated farming is the greater of two evils. Like, if you were to have a game with everything is unsourced at a chance drop rate from anywhere, that is still better received by the majority of people who game than a Dedi farm system where everything is still chance-based, but if you want something, you need to go skullfuck a particular enemy wearing a different color hat, doing a particular jig in one corner of the map that only has a chance to spawn if you go to that map while wearing the correct gemstone butt plug and doing the correct traditional rain dance to some of the weather that washes away the graffiti that reveals the map that sends you to the correct dedicated farm location. Like, it's jumping through an infinite number of hoops for something as basic as having the chance for a chance to get something you can maybe use. It's shit. When you put it that way.
Welcome to Doctor's Edge Mods and Meds.
Negative on loot acquisition farming wholesale, but guaranteed drops for a specific kill type is by far my preferred method.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well,
Yep. If you're gonna do a Dedi farming system, it better fucking be guaranteed. Otherwise, you have lost me. And there's lots of games in the looter space as well. Space! Move space bar. I got you, Goku. Can't hot drop now. That's toxic. Well, I can run off of a high place and do it anyway. Loopholes. 10 minutes. But yeah, there's other looter games that don't do the Dedi farming thing, or at least severely restrict Dedi farms. For example, Diablo has had minimal Dedi farms. Always. Minimal. Very few items are sourced.
space!
Godfall. Very minimal sourced items, and that loot system is fantastic. Because they provide you lots of ways of acquiring things. W key? Alright, that's too much. That's too much, Austin. Settle down. I'm to suffer? No. Vetoed. Y'all are rude. There's a point to getting the shoot and sprint skill for Zane's cryo crit build. Seems like it would conflict with that build's playstyle. What makes you think it would conflict, Wushi? Like, simply having the ability to shoot while sprinting is still useful. Like, you don't have to shoot, but like, it's worth the skill point because it's only really competing with another point in an accuracy skill, and you don't need more accuracy. Sometimes you do want to shoot while sprinting. You don't always have the room to slide. Like, for example, if you're cryoed, you can still sprint for speed increase. Or continue to sprint if you were already sprinting, but you can't start sliding. Still beneficial. That was a janky animation. I don't want that near me. Oh yeah, I just tried to jump. Looking forward to Sundays, finally getting Frostpunk 2 news. I don't know what that is, but I'm happy that you're getting something you're looking forward to. Whereas Q needs help, listen, Pris, it's fine. I'll get to those eventually. I need those. I might need those pending rewards from 2 years ago. Slightly off topic, I hate status effect in vehicles. Preach. I hate status effects that lock down the player in uninteresting ways. Like, cryo has never been done well as a way, at least in any game that I played. It's never been done well as a... Oh shit, I shouldn't have jumped down here. I can't get out. It's actually really bad. I can't get out. Hang on. Bench that thought for a moment. Okay, I can digiclone swap. Fuck. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. Ugh, scary. Yeah, like, in any game I played, cryo application to the player has never been done well. I keep running in this fucking hole. But like Priz said, Rad and Remnant is really good because after you've taken enough radiation damage, it applies the status to you, and the radiation status halves your stamina bar. So you can still move, you don't get any movement speed penalties or anything, but you need to be very careful how you use your stamina. And that affects your ability to melee attack, your ability to roll, your ability to sprint. That's well designed. That game also has cryo, and it's still implemented poorly in that game too. Waiting for Cyberpunk DLC, me too. Vocal, I'm so excited for that. That's gonna be hype. We get a piss? We did not get a piss. We will not be getting a piss on this character. Kind of a shame, but oh well. No other way to get it. I would have to do TVHM up to this point in the story, and that's a hell no. City builder game set in a world's frozen over. Ooh, interesting. Play male or female V? Both. I've done both. I've done 7 playthroughs of that game. Triple singularity. So many triple roll items. I gotta pee. Yeah, no piss? Guess what? That's not true. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Not gonna lie, don't touch Warframe. Diablo, however. Rot and Remnant's interesting status, also actually not. Yeah, Rot status in Remnant is basically you just have a chance to cough. Like your character develops a cough. That's all it is. But it's just you have a constant chance that your character will stop everything they're doing. You can still walk, but that's all you can do, and they'll just start coughing. It's really interesting. Chickle Chickle Skin one. I don't know what you're talking about, Sora. I'm worried now. You do a female V playthrough. My friend told me the VA's league's better than the male V. It's the VA who voices Gage. Now there's some lines that I feel the VA for male V delivers really well. Particularly in like the climax of the game. But I think as a consistent performance, the female VA crushed it. One of the emotes I submitted a while ago. I'd have to go through the queue. Give me a bit, Sora.
Deathbringer is also my middle name.
Health charge? No.
Let's have a
I'm gonna hold you because his duration was low. I was trying to run off the edge and slam. Oh, it's not high enough. Wasn't high enough. Remnant's so many unique mechanics. Definitely.
Now bring it on!
It's been 10 minutes yet. Can I use my shit?
I'm on fire! But not literally.
Oh wait, I can totally slam there. Ah. Loophole. Damage. Alright, I guess. What was the time of the last one? No. Where was it? Go 5. Oh, yeah, it has been 10 minutes, but now 10 more minutes. Okay. Which side effect you rather have? Rad for reduced stam, cry for slower movement, rot for coughs, or my fave parasite? Rad. Rad is my favorite because it is entirely counterplay based. It is entirely on you to manage your actions well to not get irradiated in the first place, but then to manage your actions well when you are irradiated. Rot is cool, but it is RNG. And then Cryo is just bad. Parasite, I have no real opinion on. It's just like a gimmick. You don't actually have it applied to you ever unless you're doing it intentionally, right? Like, no one actually accidentally gets parasited, right? Well, we have a problem. Now, maybe... Hear me out.
Run! Be distracting, will you?
Nope. I don't have enough speed for that. Maybe. Maybe I can get enough speed. We can do this. We can do this. Fuck. Clone swap was on cooldown.
Your guns are reloaded.
Use wise.
Not fast enough. Yeah, not quite enough speed. Unfortunate. Which executor was I wearing? I guess recharge delay is nice, but we go with that one. The very minor health regen. Strange that wooden mantle. Yeah, there's some ledges where they kind of arbitrarily have it set up to be more likely to kill you. Stuff like that. It's unfortunate. Well, I can't progress the game for a few minutes. If I could use guns, I could try to rocket jump that without jumping. But, like, allow spacebar for progression? Okay. How the fuck do I get back to where I'm already lost? Is it this way? The fuck am I? The Remnant 2 stream? No. Chose not to watch. No, this way. Fuck do I go? Like, not being able to jump makes the way I traverse all these rooms, my autopilot is just sending me in the wrong direction every time. Oh, hey, loot. Oh, it's not just me randomly gets lost. Oh yeah, alignment. I have no sense of direction in real life as well. I get lost extremely easily. So you want me to say nothing on it? I'd prefer it. Plus 2 minutes. This way from the respawn station. Ah, this looked like a... Yeah. On the map, this is a dead end. That's why I was not going over here. But no, it's the elevator, right? It's Lazy's fault. Yeah, Lazy led me into a corner again. God damn it, Lazy. Why don't you tell me where to go? But just a heads up, I won't be going past 3 my time today, so another 30 minutes at most, because I want to watch Summer Games Fest. So we'll probably end in like 20 minutes. Make sure I actually found that.
Going down.
Yes, Zane, going down. You're so right. Favorite build or fave status builder on Remnant? I mean, Breath of the Desert is my shit. That's so fun, but like the real answer is Corrosion is the way. It just has more showings of being good and being useful. You know, Rectifier. We can give Clone a Rectifier. Manvark, you piece of shit. Get over here, you worthless fuck. I want revenge.
Beware the Manvark. Additionally, kill the Manvark. Didn't anyone teach you how to fight? You should back away.
Flow menacingly build. Man, that was such a fun meme. I'm so glad that worked.
Gotta charge me damn cannon.
You know, Hot Drop would be so good here right now if I could jump. Priz, what do you do, Quag? Priz unbound spacebar after I was about to get it back after Vocal unbound spacebar. So I couldn't make a jump to progress, and I fell into the void and died. Distributing now is one of the saddest skills in this game. It's really cool for the stuff that it works on. It's just, it doesn't work on a lot of things. And it's in a tree that really doesn't give you anything. And it's on an action skill that gets overshadowed by every other action skill configuration Zane can do, including throwing a grenade. So it's like, oh, what are you for? Like, seriously, there are... Unless you specifically need redistributor amp and don't want to use any of the other ways of doing it, there are no use cases for barrier for, like, increasing your damage that other action skills, including grenades, can't fill better. Other than, you know, style points. Style points is a thing, sure. We take Boom Enhance, but like this is risky. I don't know if Boom Enhance is actually optimal here. We're gonna do it anyway though. Since we're here, let me unlock Slaughter Shaft. Since we're here. Cat. I don't know what you want. Yeah, Curse Remnant fact, go ahead. Rain, Mini-Merv, Mini-Merv. I think maximum explosions is Merv, Merv, Mini-Merv. I don't think I've ever seen double roll of Mini-Merv before. How much does each spawn? To lock the spacebar? Yeah, Priz locked it again right after yours ended, Vocal, and it killed me. Right, that makes shotgun spread tighter, affects Devastator. That's... You know, I wouldn't call it cursed, it's just mildly interesting. I join? Exclamation point Discord. You'll spit out a link. I have the vanity URL, so it's just Quag. which annoys me more because I can't be just Quag on Discord, because of course that's taken already. Because some Discord staff member probably fucking took it.
Damn! You look good, Zane boy. Let's have a chat, shall we?
I can't get in here either. Why'd you have to unbind this now?
Is also my middle name.
Got the first friend request from people wanting my tag today. Huh. Because it's me? Yeah, this is something you would do. Like... Wait, idea. If I go from, like, here... Oh, that's totally doable. If I slide.
You must be joking.
I'm the most mentally ill person on this fucking platform. Why am I doing this? Why do I allow people to do this to me? Just got mine? Nice. You complain, then you get creative. I'm helping. Yeah, sure. Most mentally stable Borderlands community member. Wait, maybe I can get on top of that. Okay, hang on. Let him cook. If I could get in there. Okay, so I just need to find a high object I can get onto to let me drop into there. They'll let me drop onto there. They'll let me drop off into there. Now if we calculate the velocity... Unequipped grenade, throw a grenade down there, go off the ledge with perfect timing. Forgot you could do that. No, I don't have Forgot I was Zane. Doesn't even hit. Wait, I have duct tape mod. No, that's not gonna stop the physics. But I have no splash radius, so I gotta be extremely precise with this shit. Wait, I can just go... I don't have to go through the pipe. I hate it here. I hate it here. I need a fucking drink, man. Timer on this spacebar is also up. Yeah, I figured, but like, I also figure that by the time I rebind this, someone is already doing that. This is just abuse at this point. Let him cook. still slam by doing that.
Got more where that came from.
Unequipped Priz win game. It's true.
Deadly.
Oh no, I need to not go down here. I gotta equip Digiclone. I forgot how to game for a second. My brain actually completely short-circuited. I was like, why button no show clone? I'm so brain rotted. His aim's as bad as mine. I should have went on bind melee. I figured space would be funnier. You figured correctly. See, similar thing to in Lazy Chat, instead of keeping Rabbit banned forever, it's keeping your space bar unbound. Toxic.
This'll be just for the crack.
Figure out you just walk down there. Funniest shit I've ever seen. I'm now sprinting off of a rock at high speed so I can ground slam. This is what you've reduced me to. And I fucked up that one. His aim is as shit as mine. His revolter triggered, so he had better fire rate on that burst. One of them stuck in the wall. What is this game today? Okay, it was just hiding until clone expired because it's a gamer. Everything is bullying me. The video game, my pet, the enemies, the chat. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Normal.
Thinking I can crack it now.
What a time to be alive. Hey, Sleeping Giant. What's based? Oh, now we go from all of that to a vehicle section. Yay! This is the moment Quagsire turned into Clodsire. I do want Quag Clod. What emotion is Clodsire gonna be? It's just gonna be stare. You know, like the Peepo emote, just the stare. Ooh, cryo fastball. That, but Clodsire. But I already have a stare emote. I could rename it. It's just a cat. It's just Jake. Drive Vaughn's technical. I would rather not. So fortunately, with this vehicle section, you can do this. This kind of goes in the territory of what Vocal mentioned earlier, where there's a shitty thing that fortunately there's a way to bypass through unintended means. But the harsh reality is this shit is still shit. And I'm bypassing it because it's shit.
The You're garbage!
You're getting double bridge in MTD? Yeah, it's the worst. RNG and MTD is why it's not that popular of a category. It's an extremely popular activity, but it's not a popular category. Skip this section? Yeah, if you spawn your own vehicle, as in not Vaughn's, and you drive it to the end, then you click the respawn vehicle option, it'll spawn the plot vehicle in any vehicle section if your respawn vehicle feature is overridden by spawning the plot vehicle in case it gets destroyed. This happens with Ellie's vehicle, it happens with the one with Maya, it happens with Vaughn's. But you can basically just go to the trigger at the end of the map, spawn Vaughn's car, and end it. And it's a lot faster to do it this way. But yeah, even bypassing this requires doing some vehicle shit. Oh, lovely. 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 Well, I'm Zane, fortunately, so... Not that slow in between. I didn't mean to spawn that one, but whatever. Just need to eliminate vehicle sections because no true gameplay here. Yeah. Like, get rid of them entirely. I don't ever remember seeing someone criticize Wonderlands by saying, man, I wish this game had vehicles. Everyone's favorite maps are all non-vehicle maps.
Space!
That calls space out. Yeah, I'll just keep it unbound for the rest of the stream. At this point. 'Cause, yeah, I'm gonna end in 10 minutes anyway, so I guess, yeah.
How the bloody hell do you reload this thing?
Had to hear it. Cheers. Later, Pris. No, no, I accidentally... No. No. Let me out. No. Special shout out to BL2 and the insta-kill cars. I fear those things so much.
Now that's how you drive! You're bad?
Like, even that was a headache to do. Even doing this cheese to bypass, for the most part, what the game wanted me to do, was still a headache. And there was no gameplay. There was no fun to be had. And nothing of value was achieved. And that's the entire purpose of that map. They created an entire map for that shit that is used for nothing else. At least for Carnivora, they put a little bit of mobbing, and then they put a couple collectibles and a unique enemy over in the big bloated vehicle area. With Neon Arterial, the first half of the map is for the vehicle section, and it's shit, but then the second half is actually a really cool map. But with Sandblast Scar, it's just there for the vehicles, and it sucks. Okay, we have a red suit now. Which, just having amp is good, because Clone can benefit from that. 183, 172, this will be better against Guardians on Necro. Cool. Funny about that map is, there's a red chest on the map I don't think many people know about. Because no one wants to stay in that fucking map. Infiltrator with a melee damage. Ooh. I need to stop collecting these triple rolls. This is why I don't have inventory space. Get rid of that executor. Because I have the one that's already equipped. I don't know why I'm checking that one. Level 13 Minesweeper's splash and cooldown. Nice. Playing flak. Aw. I got so many flak comms this playthrough that are like really well rolled. My next playthrough, I definitely want to do a flak playthrough. I just still don't know what I'm going to do. It's not going to be pet only. Fuck off. It's not going to be grab snare. Fuck off. I've done gunless. Only guns, no other slots. It would give me a good opportunity to flex my beloved Hyperion manufacturer gimmick. Because I actually use that as survivability at endgame, and I don't know a lot of people who do. It's really good. Grab snare is cool though. It looks cool. Give it that. No spacebar, how about that? Mildly inconveniences enemies. It mildly inconveniences a very small portion of the enemies in the game for very short periods of time at great personal cost. That's me praising it. That's me praising grab snare.
Shit's going down, but Baylex is on it.
Everyone all right?
Items love this one simple trick. Oh boy, it's time to talk to Lilith. No spacebar, yeah. The items can't lose track of me if I can't jump. Non-Ellie fastball. TDR Quasar. Do I want the non-Ellie fastball? I just got a cryo one. I don't think I need the non-Ellie. Although, with duct tape mod, there's cases where the non-Ellie could be useful to me. Get rid of that infiltrator. Put Lego nades in that vendor. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need more SDUs. Do a flak run. You get a warloader bus fight. I would rather organize my BL3 saves folder on stream and do nothing else. I would rather sort and itemize every inventory of all of my saves than do warloader playthrough. You rocket jump without jumping? With enough projectiles, I think you can. Because you can get knocked around without jumping by enough force. So you just need enough force. The question is if a plumage has enough. Organizing your Wonderlands bank and saves, that'd be easier than organizing BL3. Because while my Wonderlands bank is bigger, that's more items in one place, and then I have fewer saves in Wonderlands than I do in BL3. Far fewer. Okay, so we got the new fastball. Yeah, this is a decent stopping point. We're pretty well off gear-wise right now. We got a hot drop. Hyperlife movement speed isn't bad to have here either. We got a cryo fastball, which is going to go really hard with Executor. I guess getting an ASC 50 on a different shield would be optimal here currently. So that I could benefit from critting on that ASC 50 and getting the Executor crit on. That would make the bonus element bigger than the original, by the way. But, meh. Revolter. It benefits clone as well. It's fine. But that's going to be it for today, because, I know, slightly shorter stream, only 4 hours, but I want to watch Summer Games Fest, and that's starting in 10 minutes. So hopefully we get some cool game reveals, some cool game info, and whatnot. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Anyone live right now? Oh yeah, Lazy's on BL2. X doing art stuff. Seth's on BL2. Pilot is co-streaming Games Fest. At Wonderlands. Let's go to Lazy. Let me just... So I don't have to type that out every time now. Jiggle, jiggle skin. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you next time. What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. More of this tomorrow. We'll be finishing the story tomorrow. And, we'll see what I'm going to do with Mayhem progression. I jumped right to Mayhem 4 on Amara. I don't know if I do that with Zane. Especially because I don't necessarily want antifreeze in my loot pool yet. Maybe we go to 3 or something. We'll see what happens. Anyway, have a good one. Bye-bye.